A very good morning to one and all once again as we welcome you back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for day 4 of this fourth round encounter in the West Indies Cricket Board Championship Series between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And again, we have a nicely poised encounter here that could go either way. As we always say, we have the prospects of an outright victory for one or the other team, as well as a draw is also possible. So all three results still in play this morning as we start proceedings with the Leeward Islands batting in their second innings and will resume at 99 for 5, having lost Karima Gore off the very last ball of play last evening. And that means that a new batsman will have to come and try to start proceedings all over again. And it looks like it's Kofi James is the man given the responsibility now. As I say, good morning to Kadir Mohammed. And Kadir, it's a nicely balanced game, and I suppose both teams would be excited about the prospects of possibly eking out a victory here today.
Yeah, good morning, viewers. Good wherever you may be at this time. Yeah, definitely. That wicket of the final delivery yesterday really set the balance right back in terms of the Windward Islands. That final delivery, Karima Gore, LBW to Larry Edward, and 99 for 5 is where we start day 4 of this game. And I had a look at the pitch this morning, and it doesn't seem to change much in terms of footmarks. There's no real footmarks to speak of. The cracks just started to open a bit, but apart from that, it seems to be a very hard surface, and it might just play the same for this morning period.
Well, based on the performance, the way it played in the previous round, it is estimated to be more of the same. A slow turner, and turn is a relative term because most of the bowlers have had difficulty imparting spin on the ball. And a lot of the wickets, we were just making the point that a lot of the wickets that we saw Cornwall take, look, he has an inordinate number of LBW decisions, an indication that he's bowling wicket to wicket. And the batsman, because he's bowling off breaks, are more often than not playing for turn, but there isn't any. And they fall into that trap quite often. It may be too with the breeze that he might be getting a little bit of drift as well. That sort of takes the ball away from the original line from that the batsmen are seeing to begin with. But it's a new day, as we say, and we're on our way.
So it's Shimon Lewis from the southern end. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Shimon Lewis had some issues yesterday, thankfully he's okay and he's up and ready to battle for the Windward Islands. And hopefully he would think that he could help in them getting a victory today.
Monson Hudge, of course, is the man of the moment right now. He's on 45 not out, and they'll be looking to him, the Leeward Islands, to push on here. Lewis, meanwhile, I would imagine they were sweating about his fitness overnight, and probably giving him a lot of liquids, making sure that he's fully hydrated. And it's good to see him out this morning, first up, running in and giving it a try. I would imagine he would have felt very badly about having to retire out as the last, with the last pair at the wicket, and your team 29 runs short.
Yeah, and Justin Greaves, who had to retire hurt, was out for some time. This one is clipped off the pads, and Hodge is away this morning, picking up 2 runs.
The 100 is on the board as a result. And so, of course, they had a 29-run advantage. So every run that they score, you add that 29 to it. So as it is right now, they are 130 in front, but they've lost 5 wickets. And that is the kind of like the little elephant in the room right now.
Yeah.
The question of wickets. Can they hold their wickets, keep their wickets intact?
Yeah. Most definitely. And pricing out those 5 wickets yesterday would have definitely set back some plans. But Munson Hodge, who's well set, will definitely have a big role to play in the Leeward Islands is batting this morning, together with Kofi James, Centurion from the first innings. So I'm sure he's brimming with confidence. But as we know, as a batsman, a new day, new everything, you got to start over.
I'm happy to see that they've dispensed with the square leg on the boundary and they brought him in close to the umpire because he could actually save a single there, possibly even effect a run out from there.
Yeah.
Whereas if he's on the boundary, he only comes into play most times when the single is already had, or even because we haven't seen too many short balls hooked in that area in the air. So it's been a position that hasn't really been an effective one. They haven't been able to stop scoring in that region because every time the ball is played there, you're almost guaranteed a single. And if it's played wide enough, you might get a second run or even a third, as we've seen already in this game.
And this one has a lot more timing on it, and this one is going to get to the boundary. So Hodge brings up a well-deserved half century for delivery of the final ball of the first over. It's 105 for 5. Hodge is 51. James yet to score.
And just that's a great shot to push him past his half century, and certainly a well-deserved half century. 6 4, isn't it? 121 balls.
Yeah, he's the one that decided like he's gonna drop anchor. Yesterday he was very watchful, and this morning bringing up a well-deserved half century. So I would think that he holds the key in terms of what the Windward Islands would want to post as a score to hopefully defend it later on as this game progresses.
Yeah, because I suppose all eyes will be on him. Kofi James, who scored 100 in the first innings, will also come into play, I would imagine. At some point, they're going to look to him as well, the Leeward Islands, to see if he can't stay with Munson Hodge and build a partnership that similar to the one he and Gore built in the first innings, and see if they can't basically bat themselves to safety, because right now they're not safe. There's too much time left in the game, too many overs left in the day, so they really have to, one, maybe occupy the crease and use up some of those overs.
Yeah, so it's Preston McSween from the northern end, from the northern end, who bowled 6 overs yesterday, 2 for 26. His figures.
Bowled very well. Yep.
Yeah.
So as I'm saying, you're batting time as well. You know, this is you're kind of keeping an eye on the clock while you're also trying to accumulate runs, because the more runs you have, and the longer you take to get it now, you kind of put pressure on the Windward Islands. So if and when the declaration comes, or when the innings falls, they have limited time to try to get whatever target is set.
This one is right through James.
Lazy. That's what that is. It's a lazy shot. He played outside the ball, and luckily for him, it was not on the off stump.
And I think that is the sentiments that Hodge is sharing with him, is to wake up, and this is a good day. It's not that hot this morning. Is slight cloud cover, so I'm sure the bowlers would fancy their chances this morning. Preston McSween and both Schumann Lewis with a slightly older ball though, so McSween might not be getting that big swing that he was getting with the new ball. But it'd be interesting to see with the conditions as it is, how he
if he could do
goes.
it. Well, I think he should try. He should still strive to see if he could get by pitching the ball up and see if he can't encourage the batsman to come onto that front foot and drive. There he goes. That's what you want to do because if he gets any movement at all, you would imagine he will put the batsman in some problems because, as we've seen in the past, he's a little bit deceptive in terms of his pace. And when he bowls that ball that goes across the right-hander, um, he tends to produce it a little bit quicker than the other deliveries that he's trying to swing back into the right-hander.
Yeah.
It's almost like an effort ball that he bowls going across them. Here goes again, another one coming into the right-hander and almost getting through the gate there, but hitting enough of the bat that they can eke out a quick single.
Yeah, so James is away. James off the mark. Not a bad start from Preston McSween. He wants a slight change in the field.
He wants the man at square leg a little backward, or is he going all the way out on the boundary?
So he's pushing the square leg back out on the boundary. There's a fine leg as well. 2 slips, a gully, backward point cover mid off, and a short mid on.
And I think if McSween is swinging the ball in, you've got to give him some more cover on the onside as well. But because they have the 2 slips and the gully, they're a little bit short of outfielders.
Yeah.
But I would imagine because he's bringing that ball into the right-hander, that they'll give him a little bit more cover on the onside. 106 for 5 at the end of it.
Yeah, so
Because all they had was a fine leg and a deep square leg and a man at mid-on, fairly deep. So there's that big acreage on the onside. And those are easy runs. You want to somehow find a way to stop that bleeding. And that has been happening right through the innings. In fact, both innings, we've seen a similar feel where a square leg and a fine leg on defense and big acres of space in front of them.
yeah. So Sherman Lewis would be encouraged to pitch the ball up, see what he can get this morning.
And he has to focus on the off stump as well. Forget the pads. Try and get the ball in that. Look at how many fielders he has on the off side. That's it there. That's where he wants to be. Just outside the off, just on the off stump, just outside. And any movement from there, you're happy for it.
Yeah, and it's a change as well in the field. No gully, so just 2 slips, backward point.
They have
And
the
that-
short cover.
Yeah, that fielder from gully has gone into a catching cover, short cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg.
That's better. That's that's in the general scheme of things, that's an excellent delivery because
Yeah.
you could see James trying to get onto the front foot, trying to get outside the off stump to see if he could play it, and then it's a late decision to not play it. So it suggests to me that he wants to get the ball on the bat. He wants to feel it, and this is the time when Lewis is saying, okay, I will bowl 1 or 2 on the stumps and then bowl one just off to see if he'll come after it outside the off stump. That's the line right there.
That's
Tease
the
him.
business area.
Yep, tease him a little bit, and let's see if he's brave enough to come out there. And what you're doing to, you're working on his patience. He might leave 1, he might leave 2, but he may not leave the 3rd one. And we've seen how impatient some regional batsmen are across the board, not just in this game, but right across the region.
Yeah. Yeah, good. That is good. Encouraging James to play. Getting a little bit closer is Sherman Lewis. But generally, it's a good area. It's where you want to be more often than not. So he's bowled 4 good deliveries, Sherman Lewis. So he would want to finish off this over
And he has a,
just to
he has a
restart
nice
it.
simple action, so he should be able to repeat these deliveries, without too much fuss. He has a fairly straight run up, so he's just repeating everything. And here he is changing the line a little bit, but he's not punished for it because those are the deliveries those are the release deliveries where if maybe if James was there a little bit longer, he would have been able to just ride it and get it down to fine leg for an easy single, and then he's off strike.
Yeah.
So as a bowler, you're thinking about all those different things. You just put it in the computer in your brain, and you work out what should and shouldn't happen. That's the line, and that one kept a little bit low, but that is precisely where you want him to bowl. 5 out of 6, not bad.
Yeah.
So it's a 106 for 5.
Yeah, this is very good. Slightly going away, getting some shape away from James. So a good over from Sherman Lewis. A maiden one after 42. 106 for 5. And James is 1. Hodge just gone past his 50. He is 51. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they lead by 135. So not yet out of the woods in terms of safety. So still a lot of work to be done by these two, and of course, Cornwall is still in the hut.
But he scores quickly. He's not the drop anchor type. He's more likely to come and try to smash it around the place, and you take what you get, kind of thing from him.
Yeah, this delivery, this previous delivery from McSween just kept a little bit low. It's outside off stump, but it kept a little bit low on pitching. So just monitor the way the surface
It's getting
plays.
lower and lower. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that delivery that comes back into the right hand. He's just starting those a bit too straight, Preston McSween. I think it could be a magic delivery if he can pitch that just about outside off stump, just on that fourth stump channel, and it's gonna come back in.
See what he hasn't been able to do is kind of disguise the delivery in terms of where he's lining up the deliveries. And so if he starts it going away on one spot, bring it back from that same spot. And this one touched the outside edge, and it just went down. It wasn't a catch. It went down, and I think it might have struck Atenez on the knee or something. And because it went right down, it never really got up after hitting the edge of the bat.
Yeah.
Stay down. But that's what I'm saying. If he can bowl it just on the body of stump, just outside, and from there, take it away from the right-hander or bring it back into the right-hander, but line it up the same way, and let the batsman guess which way it's going to go. But when he starts it middle stump, you tend to think, okay, it's going down leg. So you play a particular way.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be ideal.
That is where he wants to go. He wants to be right there because he's unsure. You could see James very tentative as he's coming forward. He's a little bit hesitant to come out to meet him because he's not sure which one is going away and which one is coming back into him.
Yeah. And Athenaeus has realized that, and he's now put Graves back in to a third slip. So it's 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, a short mid-on, and a fine leg. So realizing that James is not moving as freely as just right at the start of his innings, so probably just looking to play with his mind and get those catches in. And McSween is going to have to be on the money to bring those 3 slips into play.
That's where he wants to be, right in that general location because you're right there you're working on the batsman's patience a lot of times. 107 for five at the end of the over. Now, even though we're talking about working on the batsman's patience, the short ball is not out of the question. But again, you just want to line it up properly. As we saw yesterday when it was Graves who got struck, it was a pretty well lined short ball. It struck him on the helmet on about middle and off stump. He couldn't get out of the way because he was trying to pick up the line and then had nowhere to go after that. And this is what you want to do to a batsman, especially a lower order batsman. Cause them as much anxiety as possible.
But the short ball must be used as a surprise element. It
Sparingly, yep.
must be, yeah, it mustn't be a predictable length. Because surface doesn't lend it to, constantly banging it in halfway down. So a surprise, a bit of a surprise element, and set the particular field, with the fine leg. And now the man has gone back to the 3/4 way on the boundary at square leg, and there's also a mid wicket.
And this is a better field because you're not leaving that big gap there for them to operate in. And in fact, Munston Hodge has been feasting there, picking up ones and twos, just flicking it off his pads and getting the run. So even if you're protecting the boundary, fine, but you have that mid wicket there. He can easily run to his right or to his left and cause some problems.
Yeah.
With a quick single.
And this one is guiding past the second slip, and he's going to pick up another boundary, vacant third man area for Munson Hodge. So he goes on to 56, and the Leeward Islands progress to 1-1-1 for 5.
Nelson, these are invaluable runs.
Are you gonna get up and start hopping?
Hopping. But it's good that they can score. They have to figure out ways that they can score runs. They know the Windwards is trying to squeeze them and deny them scoring opportunities. There's another one peeling off the outside edge and almost going to hand. In fact, Athanaze was diving to his right, but I don't think it carried to him. It seemed like it dropped just in front of him, and he did well to take a lot of the sting out of it and prevent it from going down to third man again for another boundary. But at least he's finding that outer portion of the bat, which should tell him that there is value in what he's doing on that line.
Yeah, it's encouraging for him, but now they've actually sort of staggered the coordinates. One slip and a gully. Anthony's previously was in second slip. He's now gone to a gully, so bit of a gap in between himself and Hodge.
That's it. Don't be afraid to tease him outside that off stump there. Let him make a decision if he wants to play or not. And you just providing the carrot for him. Let him decide if he wants to bite or not.
Yeah, just an update in the West Indies, South Africa, the first T20. It's reduced to 11 overs due to rain.
It's a T10 game.
Yeah, South Africa batting first, 46 for 3 after 4 overs.
Well, that's a pretty good score. The problem is they've lost so many wickets cheaply, but it's only 11 overs, so they probably feel they can go hard for that duration.
Yeah.
112 for 5 here at the end of that over. So they obviously, because it's a shortened game, we always say you could go hard for a short period of time. You can't go hard for the duration.
Mm-hmm.
But 11 overs, even if you were to lose 8 wickets, the idea is try to get as many boundaries as possible
Yeah.
in the 11 overs. Because the mindset is like a T10 mindset,
Mm-hmm.
you're trying to just maximize every delivery.
Yeah. And over in Guyana, where the Jamaicans are chasing 458 for victory, they're 188 for 3. And Blackwood is not out on 72. And they've just lost the wicket of Paul Palmer for no score. So they require another 270 on the fourth and final day. The Jamaicans.
Has Muti take no wicket, is it?
No. It's been Niall Smith and Beaton.
Here the Windward Islands are hoping for some success. And they've been coming close, but not close enough. They've been doing the right things. The bowlers have been producing good deliveries consistently. They just haven't been able to go past the bat. But I think they just have to be patient. You're hearing in the background somebody saying, keep working.
Yeah, it's just a matter of spending some time at the crease. No need to score at this stage. Lovely flick in the mid-wicket area, but there's protection out there, so just 2 runs for Hodge. Maxine a bit too straight.
So 114 for 5. The lead now goes to 143.
And of course, at the Queen's Park Oval, Barbados are 72 for 2, requiring another 46.
That's a shot that could be close, and he's out. It was a brilliant delivery again, the one coming back in to the right-hander, and that is the prize wicket that they would have been hoping for. Munston Hodge goes LBW, a peach of a delivery coming back at him, and he really was in no man's land there. He didn't really play a shot. He just seemed to, almost like he was stunned by it all. Look at where the bat is. And the ball struck him on the pad. The bat now coming down there, and the ball had gone through already. So he goes for 59. It's 114 for 6 now.
Ideal start for the Windward Islands. And Preston McSween again, the man who's called upon. And he answers by getting the big wicket in this situation. Monson Hodge, who looked good, he played well for his 59. It was a patient knock. But he now goes, and with his wicket, it brings to the crease Rookie Cornwall. But they're just tottering at this stage, Ruskin. 143 the lead.
They're leading.
Yeah, 143. So
4 wickets in hand.
yeah, some work to be done by Cornwall, but it will be interesting to see the manner in which he plays at this stage. He likes to get after the ball, and so too Kofi James. But we know the situation does not require quick runs; it requires application.
Well, the modern day cricketer thinks in terms of runs, So if he can get a quick 50, he would feel that he's doing his team, a good service. What it does, though, is if, let's say, he makes a quick 50 and they get to 200, they may very well leave. He'll get it so quickly that they may leave the Windward Islands with 2 sessions to get 200 runs,
Yeah.
including 15 overs in the final hour. So yeah, at some point he's going to have to realize that he can do both. He can score quickly, but he could, just use up a few overs as well in the process, and limit the amount of time at the back end that they will have. When you play American football, you ever hear about Tom Brady? You don't give him the ball in the in the fourth quarter, because you may not get it back, and he might score. That's a brilliant. He's dropped. Brilliant delivery right where it needed to be. And you could just see Cornwall just sort of casually putting the bat out there. It hit the edge, and the wicket-keeper Walcott went low to his right. I don't think it would have reached first slip. So he had to go for it. It just hit the glove and went past him.
Yeah. Very full delivery. Cornwall feet going nowhere, and yeah, definitely hit the glove of Walcott. You probably would have felt that he should have held on Tevin Walcott with those big gloves. But it definitely would not have gotten to Hodge at first slip.
And second slip was too wide. He never had a chance. So the only person really had an opportunity there was the wicketkeeper, who
He
went
sort of
for it.
palmed it around the post.
He went for it. Yes, he felt he had to, but it never got to him. McSween again disappointed, but I'm sure he'll try again. But at least he found the line and the length.
Yeah, he got Cornwall stuck on the crease. His feet was going nowhere and just threw the bat at it. It could have been 2-2 or not to be. But the end of a successful over for Preston McSween. At the end of it, it's 116 for 6.
It's a pretty good over, and I'm really impressed with the way he's consistently putting the ball in the danger zone and forcing the batsman to make a decision one way or the other, play or not to play, drive or not to drive. And certainly looks like he's enjoying himself with that spell that he's right there with at the moment, and looking like if he wants to do the business for his team. Gordon Pear doing double duty today.
Yes, morning to all.
He's multitasking.
Yes, morning to all in the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago, and of course the World Wide Well.
Yeah, we might have to get him a physio when we finish, yeah.
Yeah. I see there are pretty active physios on duty here.
So, well, it's off the pad it goes, and that's going to be 4 leg byes.
Yeah, 4 leg by signal by the umpire.
However they come.
Well,
You're
very
welcome.
very interesting morning, Ruskin. It started off here in Leeward Islands. The Windward Islands, they'll definitely have their tails up. They've gotten the important wicket of Hodge. He looked like he was just looking to push on. Of course, big Rakim Cornwall, he's back in batting. He got a chance off his very first
ball, yeah. But you know, Gordon, it started last night with that with that wicket off the last ball. That kind of opened up everything for them.
Yes, the Leeward Islands, and their last game, they did this reverse.
It's a ball, and it was right in the gap. And I was just about to tell Kadeem that I'm not a big fan of the staggered slips. Take the man out from that short extra cover and put him in the gully, and you go with your 2 slips and the gully, and the ball passed between first slip and where a second slip would have been.
Look at it here again. Oh, it was
In the air, that would have hit him in the chest.
You could only watch there, Alec Atinez, watching at from it's a second slip because there's only 2 slips, but he's positioned more in a third slip.
Yep.
Yeah, the position of the third slip, but it's a wide, a very wide.
But even the first slip is wide. You know, look at how far from the wicketkeeper he is. You know, so even the first slip is wide. But so that tells you how far the man nearest to him is Atenez, is way over.
You see Atinez just practicing a dive. He'd have needed a good keeper diver, such as Fender Up for Trinidad and Tobago would have given us last night. Last evening, the Soca Warriors getting a 3-0 win over Bahamas.
But they hit the woodwork, though, on a couple of occasions in the second half.
Yeah, had an offside ruled out against them.
This is good bowling, and the reason why I'm impressed with this bowling, because both bowlers are keeping the pressure on. They're not bowling on both sides of the wicket. That's the first thing. They're zeroing in on that off stump, just outside the off stump. And in McSween's case, he's showing that he has the ability, and I think he's planted that seed in the batsmen's minds that they're not sure which way he's going. he can go across them and he could bring it back into them.
Yes, most definitely. The fast bowlers for the Windward Islands, they have been impressive.
That's another good delivery again. You could see James just a little bit circumspect going forward there.
Fought the wicket here, so they'll be just a bit tentative. We saw no real demons yet, but we saw a couple keep a stifle low, none taking off, and that's really the.
Only one turn yesterday, turned big.
Yeah, I think that was
the ball.
Cornwall. Yeah.
It seemed like the wicket
Beat
was like.
Yeah, beat everyone. The wicket keeper and all, and went for 4 byes.
Yep. He was stunned.
Just into the mid-rip region. And
That's very close.
It's
It's very close. He
close.
was dipping the bat, and Raheem Cornwall was just dipping the bat. He didn't drag the bat, and they know he likes to jog and meander. He doesn't really sprint, and he was just there. But the umpire says not out, but it was very, very close indeed.
Look at this.
Yeah, he is. Look at the bat. He's not dipping the bat. He's now putting down the bat. And he just let it down.
That is very, very close. If you watch it again, I'd love to see it again. The bat seemed to be still in the air when the wicket was being broken. Look at it.
It was
Of
tight.
course, the angle is
we
not,
don't have the
not
perfect angle.
conclusive
Yeah.
evidence in the angle. But if it
Just some emotion.
yeah, just the motion, it was very close. Bit of lazy running there by Raheem Cornwall.
That's absurd because you don't want to give a wicket a run out now. It's like a sin, really, especially if he was the one to get run out.
Well, it's going to be McSween charging in from the northern end.
Again, they're just making sure that he runs the full distance. Every time he's going for a single, they're throwing at his end.
Yeah.
And
They're just putting a little pressure there on the big guy. A bit of a conversation between the fielder and the batter. McSween, though, he's not showing any grins. He's serious. Ready to get a job done here. He would have been deemed himself to be unlucky, getting the outside edge of Raheem Cornwall's bat in his very first delivery.
I just a stifled appeal, but again, didn't too high. But you could see the movement. He's really getting the ball to just cave back in. It's not big swing, but it's just doing enough to keep the batsman honest.
Probably pitching outside leg as well.
Yep. But look at how square Cornwall is to that delivery. That's why if I'm McSween, I am pitching everything up at him because he's getting that right leg across. So he can't really bring the bat sort of in line. He's like playing across the line of the ball because his body is in the way. That's gone right to him. And it's precisely what we were saying. You peep the ball up to him because he's not getting in line with the ball. He's just sort of standing there and playing from the crease. And look at this. Look at the bat is coming from. Third slip. And it goes right through the gate.
A beauty of a delivery, a pitch of a delivery. Big rock is gone. Bowled by McSween for 2. A gem of a delivery here. So
Actually, it's 1, I think.
okay, probably 1. We've got 2 on our scorecard. The official scoreboard saying 1. But Preston McSween, he's bowling a storm here this morning. He's definitely put the Windward Islands here on top just in the first hour.
And this is what they would have been plotting overnight. Here's how we're going. They got the big lift, first of all, with Lewis being able to bowl this morning. Remember, yesterday he had a bit of a stomach problem, it looked like, and he couldn't even finish the innings. So he had to retire out as the last wicket. So I'm sure he would have been disappointed with that. And overnight, they must have been keeping their fingers crossed that he will be better today, and he is. And he's putting down a splendid bit of bowling here. And in tandem, although he hasn't gotten the wickets, McSween has, but his role is also crucial because he's keeping the batsman honest. He's keeping the runs down first to begin, and he's keeping the pressure on at the other end. So it means doesn't matter who gets the wicket. The idea is at both ends they are applying pressure.
Well, that brings to the wicket Jeremiah Louis. Jeremiah Louis comes to the wicket in just 5 matches. In his 5th match, his highest of 78. He'll be looking to get all of that 78 here to really push the Leeward Islands to a relative position of strength. Preston McSween, though, has the beautiful figures of 9.2 overs, 33 runs, and 4 wickets, as we see the
166 runs.
Yeah.
He,
a highest of 78, not out.
He has shown that he has some ability with the bat. And the question is here, what is his attitude to this situation here? Does he just play carefree, or does he dig in and fight for his team?
Well, the Leeward Islands, they lead by just some 154 runs.
It's another good delivery, and again, look at how square he is. They seem, it's almost like the left-hander is causing them a lot of anxiety because they're not, in other words, they're not staying side on at all. They're coming all the way around, and they're limiting their own ability to make shots.
Well, in our time, the batting coach would always tell you if the bowler is coming around the wicket, you just open up your stance. Nowadays we had a more traditional stance, the shoulders pointing to the bowler, etc., etc. So you see how he's standing here, a bit of an open stance, but just past the leg stump.
He's going so far across now, he's actually leaving that leg. But I don't want McSween aiming at that leg stump. Because where he's starting, he's almost covering the off stump. Started just outside the off stump. And let him make a second movement then. Because he's already making that one movement to cover the off stump. From there now, you're asking him, well, then make a second movement now.
Yeah, well, McSween, thus far this morning, he would have the prototype. He bowled Rakeem Cornwall on the off stump, knocking back that off stump, always a side for the fast bowler. He'll try to get another wicket here as he comes running in from another end.
That one kept low. We've seen a couple of those this morning. And but again, keeping the ball on target, and that has been his strength here today. 126 for 7 after this over.
And some nice piece of bowling here by McSween this morning. He'll be proud. The Windward Islands, they'll be happy with what they've gotten inside the first hour. Coming out this morning, they definitely would have been in their plans to pick up quick early wickets. They got them, the prize wicket of Hodge, who was well set and going. And then, of course, Rakeem Cornwall, always known a dangerous middle to lower order batter. He can come in and score quick runs. Not only if he stays in the wicket, he's going to bat time, he's also going to score quick runs. But it was not to be today. Preston uprooting the off stump, knocking it back, and putting the Leeward Islands Hurricanes under a bit of pressure. The Windward Islands Volcano looking to Europe here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
They have 3 slips in position now. And, precisely what I was saying, take the guy out from that short cover position and put him in that slip cordon, because they just seem a little uncertain coming onto the front foot to Lewis, especially if he's lining it up off stump, just outside the off stump. And I want to believe he's going to hit the edge at some point in time again.
Well, relatively 2 new batters at the crease. James coming in this morning. He's not faced many deliveries. And Louis, he's not yet to get off the mark. That's a good delivery. More of a hard line there. Just pulling it back. He would be advised to just push it up a yard or 2 to really get the batter coming more forward and allowing the bowler more chance to swing here. Still conditions here today. Today it seems to be a totally different kind of day in terms of the weather conditions from the other days. There's a bit of cloud cover. It's not as
no
windy.
Wind there,
yeah,
not much wind at all. And I need for you to put back up my flag, because I can't judge the wind.
Yeah. That's another discussion. There's the edge again, this time to the gully region, and that's going to be 4 runs. Streaky runs, but they'll take them. however they come.
That's what the bowler wants. You want the batsman playing that shot. He got away with it this time, but who's to say if he'll get away with it, another time, the second or the third time?
See some of the fielders just having a discussion. They'll probably be saying, let's go and get someone into gully. They have 3 on the leg side. They're not bowling a leg side line, so probably go with a 7-2 field.
They could, but I don't think Atenes is brave enough. I don't think he's that kind of he don't have that kind of bad mind, they say, as a captain, because if he does that, he's going to be putting pressure on the bowler to keep that line. But so far, so good. Lewis has done very well. Take the mid-on fieldsman, if you're saying that, and bring him a little bit wider. And as you say, take out that backward square leg and put him in the cordon.
But Lewis is racing in. He's bang on target there. James just coming to line, pushing it back up the track.
He's bowling to his field. He is bowling to his field. And as a captain, you're happy because you could set a field. It's when, they're not bowling to the field, that's when you have the problem. He has the 3 slips in place, and he had 2 just now. It went between them, so he put the 3rd one in. It went wide of the 3rd one, So what do? You hope that he gets another edge. He is trying again. He gets an under edge this time, and it bounces towards the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, smart bowling by Lewis. Yeah, you're seeing that although he's being consistent on a spot, he's also trying things here. You saw it there. He went a bit wider. They're trying to draw the batsman in. The batter eye open up, and you saw him play the aggressive shot because of the width that was on offer.
Yeah, runs.
And just getting the bottom edge there. So that's what you want to do. You want to be, while you're being disciplined, you want to also tantalize the batter. Have him with some tight ones and then just offer him one a little wider. He may just be drawn into playing that little bit looser. And then he's bang on target again, pushing it up to the mid-off region. And that brings you over to an end. An interesting one there by Sherman Lewis.
137 at the end of the over. And it's so far so good. Now, Athenaeus is probably thinking, well, these 2 have been going now for a little while. Do we keep them going? If anything, McSween seems to be the one taking the wicket, so you're almost compelled to keep him operating at least for another couple of overs, and you're hoping that he can prize out a couple more wickets for you.
Yeah, you saw the Windward Islands their bench. They'll be happy in that dressing room. It's going to be pretty.
I think they would have been happy last night when they got that 5th wicket. They slept well last night, anxious to come here this morning.
Well, I went for the stump mic and there were some comments being made. I would not repeat them on here. I'll only tell you that they were quite happy that the appeal went in the positive, in the affirmative, and the man was given out. The description of what took place, yeah. In of course, the Islanders' accent that we so love and cherish in Trinidad and Tobago.
The thing it is that sometimes we don't understand what they're saying.
I understand totally well.
Because you have roots up here.
Of course. From the Windward side as well.
That's another good delivery. And again, you're seeing it keeping a little bit low now. It's starting it's a little more consistently. The ball is going down and down, further down now. So batsmen, that's something else the batsmen now have to factor in.
Yeah, it's just kidding on, not really getting the true bounce that you were getting on the opening 3 days. It's a 4th-day wicket. Still a very good wicket for batting. But, all you need as a batter is just that bit of doubt in your mind. Whether it's going to stay that just at a millisecond in terms of a good shot, but a good feeling.
You're going to have to hurry, but you get it too as the ball deflected away from the man at that short cover position, and had to then, the man at mid-off then had to hustle, turn and go back to where he was standing originally.
Yeah, Lewis.
And they picked up. Lewis was the man mopping up, but the man making the stuff was Sunil Ambris. Yeah. He was the one at that short cover position. Good stop.
A
Good
stop.
diving effort. They might have needed him last night, Grenada, against the USA. You know, 7-1.
Oh, mauled, really. That's in football.
That's
oh,
a
he's
ball.
bowled him again.
Brilliant delivery.
Beautiful delivery. He's castled him.
And
A sight for sore eyes. The middle stop uprooted here. Preston McSween on the charge. And that's his 5-wicket haul.
and that's a beauty of a delivery. And
peach
that
of a
one was
delivery.
even further up than the one that got rid of Cornwall. But the outcome was primarily the same. As the batsmen are just not prepared to fight the good fight right now. They just seem a little bit put off by the state of affairs.
It was a beautiful delivery from McSween. And, of course, a fast bowler's dream to see that middle stump cart wheeling out of the ground. Preston McSween, he picks up his 5th wicket.
121 for 8 now. So just 2 wickets away. Plenty of time. And the lead is just right there. It's
160.
not. It's just 160. So they haven't allowed it to get away from them. And I want to believe the batsmen now. The dressing room must be telling the batsmen who coming out, think of 200. At least try to get the total up to 200. You know, and then we'll see how we get there and what we can do after that. But that has to be the first order of business right now. See if we can push it beyond the 200 mark. Watch.
Left arm over Archie.
Yeah, so that's his 5th wicket there. McSween with the good figures of 10 overs, 10.4 overs, 34 runs, and 5 wickets.
Middle stump, Archie.
Peach of a delivery there.
Left arm over. To the camp.
Because he had Munson Hudge LBW this morning for 59. He bowled Cornwall with a beauty. And as we just saw there, Kofi James got the same treatment and had his hardware disturbed. He made 12. And Cornwall made 1. And well, yesterday he also had Kieran Powell, LBW early for 4.
So it's McSween here, charging it. His tail is up. Archibald, full face of the bat, calling Archibald, as if saying it's not over yet. Firm drive up the offside.
Well, you know Colin Archibald could bat. And in fact, I think the Windward Islands will be very wary of him because last year, Colin Archibald made 106 not out from 109 deliveries with 13 fours and 4 sixes, and he batted at 10. He and the number 11 put on 160 something runs.
Well, they'll be asking for a deja vu here. It's a good delivery there.
Over.
So finishing off a very good over there. That one just swinging back.
They put on a record 154 for the last wicket, and Archibald was the main architect with 106 not out. He batted like you, 13 fours and 4 sixes.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch here. The Windward Islands, they'll be cautious. They'll have that playing in the back of their minds. Martinez, though, he's done nothing more wrong this morning.
Arms middle, please. Arms middle.
Couldn't have asked for a better start to the morning proceedings.
And you have to spare thought for Lewis because he's really bowled well. He hasn't had the same type of luck as McSween, but he has certainly played a part in all of this here.
So it's Lewis to continue here. Looking to coming from the southern end, the C3 end, if you want to call it that. He's on a good length there. Louis just pushing it back up the on side of the pitch.
You know, I'm looking at that fieldsman at that square leg position there. He can't cut off a single there. You know, I mean, he has to be there to protect the boundary, I would imagine. So either put him right back in the boundary, or you bring him in by the umpire. He's kind of in no man's land there. He can't cut off a single that deep.
Yeah.
You know, so either put him on the boundaries, or you bring him in all the way in.
Oh, he's having
Beauty.
fishing outside your stump.
With a rod or with twine?
Well, it seems not sure what he's using. He'd be glad though that nothing bit. He didn't bite the edge of the bat and go to the keeper.
And that is why I'm saying you have to really look at Lewis's role in all of this, because he's bowled so well. He's as you say, he's luckless at the moment, but he's certainly putting in an effort here. When you consider yesterday he could barely stand up straight.
Yeah, definitely.
And it dropped safely again. This is just not Lewis's D. But he's trying.
Yeah, good delivery, just short of a good length. The batter pushing forward, came off the shoulder of the bat. Could have gone anywhere. This time it went safely.
Didn't go to hand. It's like Lewis, it's like he has some aversion to the ball going to the slip cordon or something. Going to hand, I should say.
But he's definitely bowling well. Really streaming in here.
Another good delivery just outside the off arm. That one came back. It probably came back a little too late, but you could see the hands go up in the slip cordon. And on another day, it might just take the off stump on its way through.
Yes. Some good fast bowling though. Nice fast bowling here. The Windward Islands showing that they have a good crop of fast bowlers here.
Yeah, this is excellent bowling from both men. Yeah, they put their hands up and they really the captain asked them to do a job, and boy are they responding to that.
They this time aimed at the stumps. The batter had to get it back down. And there was Louis. So testing over thus far.
Imagine you're in the slip right now, Gordon. You're thinking, boy, something is coming in. Yes. You're rubbing your hands.
Your hands will be getting itchy.
Because you're telling yourself something has to come down here at this point, because he can't be edging and lobbing the ball close to us and none comes to hand. I just hope they could catch it when it comes.
Well, let's look at Lewis here. This time the Yorker, it's dug out. Goes into the mid-on region. Only one they'll get from it. So the end of a good over. Good night. Nice tight over there from Lewis. Doing just what the captain's ordered.
Yeah, they bowled very well. 132 for 8 now.
Yeah,
And,
after
they
50 overs.
Yep, they're keeping the pressure on. Keeping the pressure on the Windward Islands, on the Leeward Islands batsmen. And because they're really trying to, well, this is the first order, you have to get them out. And if you can't get them out, then you want to limit the scoring as much as possible. But this is the end. This is the end that they're getting their wickets. So if I was at the Nays, you're right, I'm going with the 3 slips. I probably might even put in a gully on that end and ask him, I don't want to bowl anything on the onside, on the leg side. Start everything outside the off stump and let's work from there. But they have this tendency to put that fieldsman at deep square leg. That is like a position, almost like a slip, for on both ends.
They're flicking it off the legs. So Louis there just flicking off the legs. Archibald, he's been more of a spectator thus far, just facing the 2 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Faced those 2 deliveries from Maxwin. He middled them, and he forced you to go into the archives and remind us that he's no mug with a bat. And if he gets going today, it could be excitement and entertainment all wrapped into one.
Yeah, this would be fresh in their minds though, because that just happened last year. So I don't think they have their memories that bad that they don't remember that.
But it's McSween to Archibald. Again, firmly pushed up the ground. He's looking good, Ruskin.
We haven't seen any of the big extravagant shots just yet, but in defense, he's pretty solid.
And he's middling.
Yep.
You love to hear the bat sung that rich way.
Yeah, middle stump.
But just like any of the other batsmen, McSween is doing the smart thing, keeping the ball up to them, because that is where I think they're having their difficulties with him. When he's just short of a length, as you just saw there, you could just stand up and push it. And he's chopping this one, and it almost went back on towards the stump. In fact, it passed the stumps and it bounced down to the wicketkeeper.
So this one was just short of a good length. He was on the back foot looking for the back drive. The inside edge bounced over the stump, in fact. There he's rehearsing the shot again.
With a straight bat.
I'm not going to say one of the most difficult shots to play. The back drive is not really a cut. It's a back drive with a vertical bat.
If you notice, he likes to stay on that back foot, so that's why I think Sween should carry it up to him.
So he's wider. There's
Fishing again. He's going, looking for something.
I think Sween, though, you know, when I see a bowler who was so consistent on his line and length, and he's just giving us three different types of ball.
He's probably trying. That's effort. He's trying hard now. He's probably getting a little fatigue as well.
Probably a little bit of fatigue stepping in.
But when that happens, you know what you do? You just rely. You trust your fitness, one, but you also trust your mechanics. You know, so you just kind of amble up to the crease without taking too much out of you, and just let the mechanics take you through.
Well, we can say that from the safety of the commentary booth, but the young man has just gotten a fifer. He's just seen middle stump cat wheeling, so his tail will be up. He will not just be approaching, and trusting his mechanics and his fitness.
But you see, when you go in the red, you can't come out. So it's hard to come out of the red.
Well, he's be thinking that check valve is just a mistake. That he's full of gas. Yeah, he's changing his angle.
It's a malfunction.
Yeah, it's a malfunction, and it has nothing to do with there being low gas or oil. As he comes around the wicket here now, and it's into the pads. Yeah, you're seeing that he's just not as consistent, and here you're seeing the end of another Preston McSween over, and at the end of it, the Leeward Islands in their second innings, they're 135 for 8. Hodge this morning, he's the top scorer thus far. He got 59, was dismissed by McSween.
Yeah, but it's a good effort from McSween, and I suppose the captain will have to see the signs as well, and figure out if he wants to give him another one, or if he is prepared to just carry on.
So the skipper is just signaling, I think it's Larry Edwards, he was signaling too to get himself ready to bowl.
But we remember when they first started to open the bowling, Kaveem Hodge bowled beautifully. So he might be an option if he wanted to, because he bowled wicket to wicket. And that created a little bit of problem.
This is Lewis continuing from the southern end. And he's pitched it up. Oh, it's driven through the fielder there and into the boundary fence it's going. A misfield there.
And I think that was Lewis.
That was Kotoy.
hit.
Kotoy in the cover region. The ball just going through him. Look at it here again.
Yeah, Lewis wouldn't be happy at all.
And there the outfield a bit too fast for the cameraman.
He had everything covered but the ball there. And it went right through the gate.
So Lewis is shaking his head. He's disappointed. He's already not gotten much luck in terms of the ball going to Hannah. And now when he gets a good delivery, it's pushed away and a misfield. So he'll be asking the cricketing gods for a favor here.
And if we had a crowd here, Kotoy would have gotten an ironic cheer
Yes,
for
definitely.
stopping that one.
Good feeling this time. Smart feeling.
But the game is so nicely poised right now that both teams still in with a chance of winning it.
Yeah.
A draw is also a possibility
Yeah.
because the wicket, isn't like there isn't prodigious spin or bonks or anything like that
Yeah.
out there.
All three results still on the cards.
So there's every likelihood that we'll get a result today.
Brisson the umpire just having a word about the ball. Don't think there'll be much questions about it. It's reasonably old, 51.3 overs. Lewis will be looking for a breakthrough here. Just pushed up the offside.
This consistency of line is something to be admired. So often we ask young fast bowlers, we ask young bowlers generally to do precisely this. He's not getting any wickets, but he's not deviating from the plan by much. He's still right on target, trying to keep it as tight as possible, giving himself every opportunity to get a wicket.
Straight
You're
into
gonna
the
have to
legs, a
hurry
quick
here.
single. They get it easily in the end.
And you see that's the field that I'm so concerned about, because had that man at square leg been at by the umpire, they may or may not have attempted that run, or even he might have been able to get to that ball quicker as well.
I think it's a field set that they have.
It's
instilled.
like standard. It's like they're persisting with it throughout. It's a run saving. So because they're not bowling short balls, so they're not asking the man to hook or anything like that. So it's really a defensive field placing.
Where's Lewis here? Up against Archibald.
He wants a single. He's going to have to hurry, and they get it too. So that's good running, and that is under the urging of Lewis. He saw the opportunity, and he came sprinting through to take the single. It's the end of the over. 141 for 8 it is.
It's also the water break. So we're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more action here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba.
So we're back live after the drinks break on the fourth and final day of this 4-day West Indies Championship match. It's evenly poised. It's 148 for 141 for 8. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and they lead by 170. A morning in which they've lost 3 wickets, resuming the day on 99 for 5. So they've added 42, but for the loss of 3 wickets, 3 crucial wickets at that.
Well, the man doing the damage has been Preston McSween, and you see him down on his hunches there. I think the water break couldn't come at a better time for him. He's bowled on change this morning, bowling for an hour, and he's bowled fast. He definitely has his speed gone up. He's been bowling aggressively. He's struck the stumps on 2 occasions. One a beauty that had he uprooted the middle stump. He'd be going up against Archibald here. And that's a short ball.
Louis looking for another single, and this time McSween getting this delivery up. Not just that midriff short delivery, he's getting it up higher than that, almost like chest height, which was very good for the low order player. But Colin Archibald is a very capable batsman, so too Jeremiah Louis. And the Windward Islands will just have to be a little bit not to relax against these two, but to keep the foot on the throat, so to speak.
Yeah, he's definitely been bowling well here. He'll want to keep it up. I think the water break came at a good time, and he will get some refreshment, a few minutes to rest himself. He's pitching it up. Archibald, though, he's been looking ominous. He's played everything off the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
He's seemed unbothered. The short ball there from McSween in the first delivery, you saw him taking on the challenge to hook it away, and he got everything in position. The ball just rushing him a bit. So he's showing also that he has good hand-eye coordination. A lot of chopping going on in the slip region. McSween, he's been good here. This left-arm quick bowler. Yeah. It's going to be close. Had it struck, it was have been a very, very close call.
Yeah, Louis is very eager about the runs. He knows that every single run is very important to the cause. So he's pushing for everything, Jeremiah Louis. Just needs to judge those singles and not go for one that is not there. Still be smart about it. So it's 142 now for 8. McSween halfway through his 13th over. And still 3 slips. Backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square. And a fine leg. And Jeremiah Louis had a nice 45 in the first innings of the Leeward Islands innings. This one, he's just whipping this one to the man at fine leg. And another single to Louis. Louis goes on to 10.
Yeah. So McSween continuing here. If you watch him in there, he seems to be just drawing in some breath of fresh air. Turning at the top of his run. Looking to steaming from the northern end. It's pushed back up the pitch firmly by Archibald. I like to look at this, Colin Archibald Jr. He seems to be playing with a bat that has no edges.
Yeah, he's quite confident with the bat. He has a century at first class level, so he's quite capable. And he would use this as an opportunity to get some runs, stick a claim, probably try to go up the order slightly. But this is always a good opportunity for low order players, especially bowlers, to show what they can do with the bat, how capable they are. This one has come off the edge.
A lot of yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. In the end, it was no. So that brings the over to an end. At the end of it, to 53 overs, the Leeward Island Hurricane in their second innings are 143 for 8. Another batsman, Colin Archibald Jr., he's on 3 from 9. And Jeremiah Louis, he's on 10 from 24. Bowling for the Windward Island Hurricanes, Preston McSween, he's been the pick of the bowlers, taking 5 for 39. Yeah, looking to continue. It seems to be Demba.
Yeah, Kenneth Demba from the southern end. First bowl for Kenneth Demba this morning. Taking over from Sherman Lewis, who also bowled an impressive spell. Didn't pick up any wickets, but he was there or thereabout asking questions. And it was a good spell by him. So it's Kenneth Demba now to pick up the attack. Bowling yesterday 13 overs, 1 for 36. Picked up the big wicket of Jamal Hamilton late on in the day. Cotton bowl. So 143 for 8, leading by 172. Gordon, and at this stage, a game on a knife edge, you have to say, you can almost feel the tension from the middle. Two batsmen, Louis and Archibald, at this stage, I would think it's just about occupying the crease and pick up the runs on offer. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think they wouldn't want to be bowled out, but you know, when you lower the batter on a 4-day pitch, they just seem to always have a ball with your name marked on it. So you want to get your runs, you'll want to be positive. There's no sense for me, I think, trying to occupy the crease overly, you know, having your focus overly on crease occupation. Of course, these two batters may just feel that they got enough batting prowess to withstand a top quality bowling attack.
Yeah, when I say occupy the crease, I mean picking up the run still, but you're not going about it in a manner, hell for leather sort of manner, where you throw your bat at everything and give an opportunity to the fielding team.
Yeah, most definitely. You can't bat recklessly. You got to bat responsibly, and just play every ball on its merit. You don't want to go into the mindset, though, that you just want to stay at the crease. It's early days yet, just over an hour gone on this, the 4th day. So a lot of time left. Overs remaining days play 75.3 overs, so a lot of overs left as well. Of course, you'll try to bat deep because you don't want to leave too much, even if you bowl out, you don't want to leave too much overs available for the Windward Islands to try to go at these runs. They are 172 in the lead, that's the Leeward Islands. So they'll be looking to push on, probably get the lead past 200 plus.
Yeah. And at the moment, Jeremiah Louis is playing the situation well. He is 10 from 29. Looking very confident against Kenneth Demba so far. Demba, 5 dot deliveries. Good start from him. And Louis just pushing this one to long on for a single. So at the end of 54 overs, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 144 now for 8.
Be interesting to see who's going to continue this at the southern end, though. I mean, this is the northern end, sorry. Preston McSween, he's been fine for his coach, but he's not been. You don't want to. You see him here at the top of his run, his hands on his hips, but it seems like he's not going to continue. He's talking from afar with his
It looks to be Larry Edward.
So Larry Edwards is going to continue.
Yeah, Larry Edward from the northern end.
Going to take up the bowling attack here from Maxwin. So a double change in the bowling attack.
Yeah, spin from both ends now. In this time in the form of Larry Edward. And remember, Larry Edward had that very crucial breakthrough yesterday afternoon with the final delivery of the day's play, trapping Kareem Gore in front for the Windward Islands. So he would certainly be buoyed by that. 7 overs, 1 for 9 his figures. This one down the leg side.
So Edwards, he's on the leg side again.
Yeah.
Lucky not to be given the full treatment from Louis.
Yeah, so just one slip, the backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, forward short leg, and a square leg. So just a quick score from South Africa. The South Africans made 131 for 8 off their 11 overs, and the West Indies in their reply at 34 for 2 after 2.1 overs. The batsmen out, Brandon King and Kyle Mayers. West Indies need a further 98 runs for victory down there.
Very close.
Yeah, trapped in front. Jeremiah Louis, Larry Edward immediately into the attack and into the wickets. Louis has to go LBW for 11, and the Windward Islands strike another huge blow.
Yeah, that one. Keeping a mind low, but I think the batter, he was playing on the back foot there, as we look at it again, when he should have been forward. He was plump in front. There, he played all around it, playing off the back foot instead of the front foot, and he's got no one else to blame but himself. So the Leeward Islands Hurricane, they slump to 144 for 9 here, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes looking to erupt as they just need one more wicket to close off this Hurricanes backing effort.
Well, it's the debutant, Javier Spencer, is going to join Colin Archibald. 2 left-hand pacers, now has to do the job with bat in hand for the Leeward Islands. Lead by 173. So it's 173. Essentially, it's 173 for 9. Larry Edward, however, will be having other ideas about that. 2 for 9. His figures.
That's center, Spanks. Left arm wrong.
So at this stage, Gordon, the Windward Islands will definitely feel like 173. So far, 173. They would not want this final wicket to last too long. They would want to finish these things off as quickly as possible. And then hopefully for them, they can get a good chase. They could get a good start to the run chase.
Yeah, it's been a dream morning for them, really. I think it's very close again.
Not out, says the umpire. Larry Edward ran off celebrating. He didn't even bother to look back. When he did so, it was a shake of the head from umpire Leslie Reefer. This one again, another flighty delivery.
Wow.
And Spencer, long forward though.
I think the long forward probably just played a bit of doubt in the umpire's mind. He'd probably be thinking that he was struck a bit outside the line as well.
And this time, Spencer is not going to get away with it. The dreaded finger from Leslie Reefer is raised, and the Leeward Island Hurricanes are bowled out for 144. Larry Edward finishing things off with 2 wickets in his first over this morning, finishing with figures of 3 for 9. So which means the Windward Island Hurricanes would require 174 for victory. And they have just about half an hour or so remaining before lunch on the fourth and final day. So an intriguing morning for the bowling team, picking up 5 wickets for the addition of just 45 runs. Gordon, they must be buoyed by this effort this morning.
Yeah, the advantage definitely goes to them, the momentum. But it will not be easy to get those 173 runs, so they do not want to let overconfidence step in. Of course, they have all of 75 overs remaining in the day's play, so they'll definitely think that they can get this total. It's going to be an interesting run chase. That last wicket there, hint, bat. Not sure if it was Pat first before bat, but of course, the man who opinion was important decided that it was plump in front, and he was gone. That was Spencer without bothering the scorers. So in the end, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've been set 173 to get a victory. We go into the break, and when we come back, we're going to have a look at the Windward Islands in this interesting run chase live right here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we have a very interesting contest on our hands. It could go either way. It could end up in a draw. It could be a victory for either team at this point in time. 174 is the victory target for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and that's after they dismissed the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for 144 this morning after they resumed at their overnight total of 99 for 5. So in essence, they added 45 runs and they lost 5 wickets this morning. Could you?
Yeah, definitely. A session in which was definitely won by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Would have certainly given them a lift heading into this run chase. With just about 25 minutes to go before the luncheon interval on day 4. I'm sure that these two will definitely be looking to keep their wickets intact. And post-lunch, they could probably think about starting to get after those 174 that is required for victory. But in the meanwhile, it's Jeremiah Louis for the Leeward Islands who would be having other ideas about that. Certainly with the new ball, he was very good in the first innings. So he would be looking to put in a performance for his team.
All right, gentlemen, let's play.
So just 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Again, it's about wickets here because I don't think they could defend 173. So the key here is to try to get wickets early and put pressure on the Windward Islands batsmen.
Yeah, so it's Kieran Kotoy and Teddy Bishop for the Windward Islands. As we take a look at the first delivery, Jeremiah Louis to Kotoy.
First ball is a no ball to begin with, and a little bit of movement. The ball swung late after it passed the wicket. It was down the leg side, but the wicketkeeper took it almost back in line with the off stump. So a lot of movement after it passed the batsman. So 173 now is the target.
And this one is well played by Kieran Kotoy. Didn't trouble the scorers in the first innings, Kotoy, so I'm sure he now would be looking to make the most of this opportunity. How do you, as a bowling team, Ruskin, where you know something is happening in terms of the ball is keeping a tad lower than the other days, as a bowling team, how do you set about your plans on this day for just 174 required?
Well, of course, the first thing you're thinking about is giving maximum effort. That's the first thing. But you also want to set about getting into a rhythm, putting the ball in those danger zones where you feel you could get a wicket with every ball. Or we know that's not possible, but that's the mindset that you have to have. And how you do that, you know that most of the batsmen at this level are very susceptible to the ball off stump, just outside the off stump. So you kind of feed them a heavy diet of those deliveries and force them to have to play. And again, good movement, but it's cut in so much. It actually started outside the off stump and curled right across him and ended up hitting the pad and going down for 2 leg byes.
Yeah, and of course with a score like this, every opportunity is so crucial. Catches, run-outs, even half chances, you got to make them into chances to defend this 174. But nonetheless, we know runs on the board is runs on the board, and for them that would be that would be the sort of comfort. Good fuller delivery from Jeremiah, who's searching for that magic delivery.
And he almost got through there. A lot of in swing there. again, doing the smart thing, keeping the ball up to the batsman. We saw McSween do that so well this morning, and Lewis to a lesser extent, but McSween in particular kept the ball up to the bat and picked up 3 wickets in, you know, he bowled a couple with some spectacular deliveries.
Yeah, this one, Teddy Bishop is working to leg, and a slight fumble by Archibald allows him to come through for a single. So he is off and running. Remember Teddy Bishop in the first innings? He lived what we thought to be a
Charmed
charmed
life.
life. A number of chances in a short stay, and eventually he was out for 4 when we
bowled
thought.
off a no ball.
Yeah.
And then the very next ball, he was dropped at point.
Yeah, and we thought today is definitely your day, Bishop. But it wasn't to be. So another opportunity again for this opening pair to really put their hands up and be counted. And Kotoy is just nudging this one off the pad and down to fine leg for another single. So not a bad start for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's 6 without loss after the first over.
And they're doing the smart thing. They're not taking too many risks, but they're still nudging here and there to pick up, you know, a couple singles. And they had 2 leg buys as well. And immediately we see Raheem Cornwall being brought into the attack right away. They're not wasting any time at all. And bringing him into the attack. And this is a statement here of intent, already, because they're saying if you're going to win this game, then you're going to have to go against my best bowler. And we'll see what happens. So Hamilton is backing Cornwall to do a job for him. And he's daring the Windward Islands to get on top of him and try to win it.
Yeah, I think this is a good move, though, by Hamilton. Because we saw ball keep a tad low from the spinners, especially this morning. We didn't bowl much overs, though.
Oh,
But
yes, Jim. Oh, yes,
Cornwall
Jim.
is the type of spinner that you want. A very attacking. He
Hard
always
hands, boys.
is
Come,
looking to
boys.
pick
Come,
up
boys.
wickets.
Swag your
And he
lads. Come
finds
here,
a
Jim.
way somehow. So a good move by Hamilton to get him on early.
I like this stride here, Jim. A little over balance here, Connie. Come, boys. Come, boys. Come, boys. Yay!
And this one, Kotoy is punching and able to get another single.
Come in, boys. Come in, boys. Come in, boys.
So chipping away at that victory target. It's now down to 167.
Yeah, I think they just need to keep it tight. They can't panic. They you know, it's like you still have to exercise some degree of patience until the game kind of settles down,
Thank you.
and then you
Come in,
start to
Jim.
work,
Come in, Jim.
execute your plans as a bowler.
And this one is turning down the leg side. It beats Hamilton. Archibald is giving chase. He's going to pull it up just inside. In fact, it's Gore who gave chase. And able to come through for 2. So some spin again from
Come in, Jim.
Cornwall.
Come in, Jim.
And
to see
well,
that,
this
Jim. I
this
like
is
to
it.
see that,
This
Jim.
might be a new,
Come in, boys. Come in,
an
boys.
additional dimension now to
Keep coming,
proceedings
Jim.
if he
Keep
can,
coming, Jim.
you know, find some turn. What it may encourage the batsman to do is to kind of go with the tide, as we see it here, trying to swing at it,
Come in, Jim.
and
Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim.
forcing
Once
him
you
also
started
to
right,
have
we're
to
going to celebrate, Jim.
kind of
Come, boys,
readjust
come,
his line a
boys.
little bit to accommodate that turn. Because you don't want to get turn and then you keep straying down leg.
Oh!
Yeah.
Jim, yes, Jim.
You hear the oohs and ahs as that over comes to an end. 9 without loss after 2.
Another bad start by Cornwall, who's bowling the new ball. Normally we expect the new ball to just slide along, but in this instance he's getting some grip. He's getting some assistance from the surface. So Louis coming in again from the northern end. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg.
And again, it's all about wickets here now. You want to believe if they pick up a couple early wickets, they might send a few butterflies in the dressing room.
Slightly uppish. Nothing to be concerned about. So just an update on the first T20I in South Africa. It's West Indies chasing 132 for victory. They are 87 for 4 after 7 overs.
They have 24 balls, literally.
They get 45 runs.
Not impossible, actually, because with men swinging for the fences here,
Yeah.
all you need is one big over inside of there and you're on track.
Yeah.
He's probably just a little too short. He needs to just take it up a fraction. And because this is a run chase, what you may find happening is that the batsmen are going to see deliveries in their arc or in their half, and they may feel that they can score off of them. But because he's getting some movement, some swing, I think he'd be better off pitching the ball up a little further and allow it to swing and encourage the batsman to play. And that's better. And although he gets 4 runs from it, but it went off the outer portion of the bat. And that's what you want, because there are the 2 slips and a gully there waiting for something that went peeled off the outside edge all along the ground and down to backward point for 4 runs.
Yeah, encouraging the drive with a slightly fuller delivery. And Kotoy obliged. Yeah, wasn't the most confident of shots, but he got it in the gap.
You know, and before the interval, they see immediately they go on the defensive, they put the man back on the fence. Now, but they put him right back because he can't stop a single from there. So put him on the boundary, let him run around the boundary.
Yeah.
Beauty. And just nibbling at it, but not getting a touch.
Yeah. Excellent delivery from Louis. Good lines, good lengths, and movement on offer as well. Some seam movement. So you'd have to say in this instance, runs flowing. It's 13 after 2.4 overs.
Well, think about this. In their first innings, it was 1 for 1 and 10 for 2. So they're better that by a long way.
Very good from Louis. These last 2 deliveries.
I think even for the left-hander, he may consider coming around the wicket and angle the ball into him. And with the little swing that he's getting, and then just take it away from him. See if Kotoy is prepared to play with the straight bat, or if he'll try to go across him and maybe access the onside with that initial, the angle, with the inward movement. He might very well find that he could hit the edge or even hit the stump. Almost giving it back to the bowler. It came off the bat at a slightly awkward angle, but it dropped safely, and the over comes to an end. 13 without loss. This game has gone around fairly quickly.
Yeah.
You know, although we had the first 2 innings took us into the third, into the third day, but then all of a sudden things started to happen
Yeah.
late on that third day, and here we are
Come over.
with a chance at a result.
Yeah. The bowlers really came to the party yesterday afternoon in that final session. And of course, this morning, picking up those
Get that
5
ball.
wickets in quick time.
This is the magic man here.
Oh!
Can
Ball in,
he
Jim, ball in, Jim.
produce some magic for the
Boys,
Leeward
boys,
Islands?
Just a matter of time. Just a matter of time, you're calling.
Yep.
Here the chatter is just a matter of
Come
time.
in, Jim. Come in, Jim.
As Bishop was just a little bit late in getting down to that one. And cutting and missing. That was a gift there for him. He missed out.
Yeah.
One thing, you know, when the baller hit his head, you know.
Yeah, the entire cover
Come in,
region is
Jim.
open, so it's a huge gap for Bishop.
Oh, my goodness.
He went for the big heave there. There is a man at deep mid wicket, but if he had connected, I don't think he would have had a chance because he was looking to hit the stanchion,
Oh,
hit the
yes,
lights in the
Jim.
stanchion.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Jim.
He threw everything into that shot.
It tossed up a little bit more
Yep.
from Cornwall, and Bishop obliged. No proper connection. This one again is down the leg side, and this one might have the legs to get into the boundary. In fact, it does. Louis can't catch up to it, and it signal runs.
Yep, like he got a touch.
Yeah, so runs. Bishop with just a tickle on it. So it's gone on, total is gone on to 17 now without loss.
There are this.
And the one thing Hamilton cannot afford to do is to, start setting fields, like where something happens and then he reacts to it. He needs to set a plan and have his bowlers bowl to it. That's
Who's that?
a dead ball. The umpire was signaling a dead ball even before Cornwall delivered. Because the fielder was still moving. They weren't sure where he was going to position himself.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to, Hamilton, he doesn't want to fall
Okay,
into
beat him
that trap
again.
where every time wherever a ball goes, he feels he has to plug that gap. That's a great shot. And certainly a good effort down there, but he couldn't keep it from going into the boundary.
Yeah. A good shot from Teddy Bishop. Slightly on the line of middle and leg.
Colin Archibald out there trying hard to
Yeah.
hold that one in.
Efforts went in vain. And another boundary, back-to-back boundaries. So 21 without loss after 4, and again, Ruskin, it runs
it's
coming in a hurry.
which is surprising. But again, it's, there are big gaps in the field. So you take what you get and you smile, if you know what I mean. And you play the good balls, you try to keep those out as much as possible. What I like, though, is that especially Bishop, he's not afraid to go after Cornwall. In a sense, he's trying to kind of hit Cornwall out of the attack because they know he's the danger man. So he's probably taking the responsibility to see if they could force Hamilton to take him out of the attack. So if he could hit him a couple big blows, that might convince the captain to dispense with him. The only thing is, though, he's trying to do it just before the lunch and interval, so he has to be very calculated in what he's doing.
Yeah.
But I like his approach. He's very positive. He's trying to stay positive. He just has to be selective and in other words, make up in his mind. If he's attacking, he's attacking. If he's defending, he's defending.
Yeah.
Don't try to get in two minds as to what you want to do.
Yeah, yeah. The key thing for any batsman.
Good shot. That's 4 runs. That's a great shot. From the moment it left the bat, the good, sweet effort there. Kieran Kotoy looking like a master stroke maker there. He just eased onto the front foot and the bat presenting a full face. And the ball just raced across the turf for 4 runs.
Yeah, excellent shot. Pitched up delivery and on driven by Kotoy. And he too is scoring quickly. It's 11 from 15 deliveries with that boundary. And runs continue to flow for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. No success yet for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
And they still have to be patient, but again, Louis has to be smart. You know, it's a lot of effort, and you know what is happening now in his mind. Boy, we don't get an early wicket.
Searching,
you know,
searching.
he's searching for wickets.
Yeah.
But he just needs to relax now and just bowl. You know, thinking when he gets to the top of his mark, have a picture in his mind what he wants to do with the ball. You know, and then go on up and execute it. Goes with him again, but there's a man out there, and that deep backward point boundary to limit them to just a single.
Yeah, just have a certain plan, a particular plan, and work towards it. You know, that could always creep in when you're looking for wickets. When you know you need wickets to win the game. You go in search of wickets rather than just be patient and allow it to happen.
To come at you, yeah, you know, and if you don't get the wickets, but you must put so much pressure on the batsmen that they can't even score off of you, you know, and you hope that, like what happened with Lewis this morning, he was bowling so well, but luckless. But McSween was taking the wickets at the other end.
Yeah, as a result of the pressure that he built up.
There he goes again, and really he chipped into him and hit him for 6. He basically chipped into the fast bowler. He walked down the wicket and just lofted him. A brilliant shot indeed. That's disrespectful.
That's the correct word, Ruskin. That's exactly what I was about to say. Dismissive, disrespectful, and credit to the young man though. No fear, coming down the track and just lofting it over Jeremiah Lewis' head, and no fast bowler likes that. I'm betting a short ball is coming.
Well, if you're going to go up, go right up now. You know, go for the Yorker, straight up in the block hole. You're giving him the bluff. You put the man at deep square leg, and that's really a gift outside the off stump that he didn't take there because he was asking for trouble with that one as well. And at the end of that over, it's 32 without loss now.
Yeah. Yeah, so not thinking about the lunch and interval. The Windward Islands batsmen just looking to...
They're just taking what the bowlers give them.
Yeah.
If you give them short balls, you know, they will make their shots.
But the fact that he could come down the track with just
Well,
minutes before lunch.
that was surprising. Yeah,
Courageous.
that was surprising. And it's not even a spinner. It's a fast bowler. He's coming after there. And no fear. So Cornwall is the one who's going to continue here. And trying to punch him too. I mean, you want to play shots, but you also want to be mindful of the magnitude of the task. They were asked to give the team a positive start, and they're doing just that. And but it will be even more impressive if they can see it through to lunch without being separated, and then come back after lunch and try and kick on from there. But they're doing very well, these two. You know, we've seen some good stroke play. And again, Cornwall just not as consistent as we've seen him in the past. Remember, before he took his wickets, he was wicketless for a long time in the first innings.
Yeah. This attack has really ruffle the feathers of the Leeward Islands opening bowlers.
Come in, Jim.
Runs leaking, you have to say, in these circumstances. 32. The score is raced along, really.
Oh, bowling, Jim.
You know, so he's becoming a little bit quicker as well. He's not prepared to flight it as he normally would try to, but right now he's just going for the dot balls. He's trying to deny the batsman scoring options here.
Oh!
A little bit of turn, it was well left in the end, and that is the luncheon interval as the batsmen turn and immediately head to the dressing room. 32 without loss. Cotoy is on 12, 15 it is to Bishop, and 32 without loss. So far, so good, and they need another 142 runs to secure a victory, and but they've certainly set themselves up nicely here, could you?
Yeah, definitely. Ideal start from Bishop and Cotoy, immediately putting pressure on the Leeward Islands bowlers, and 32, they've raced along to that, and they get to lunch without loss, which is crucial in this run chase. So just 142 more required, and we'll be back with you in about 35 minutes or so on the resumption.
Good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's day 4 in this game between the Volcano, the Leeward Islands, the Leeward Islands Hurricane, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
You seem to have enjoyed lunch. Gordon.
Yes, a bit of a ethnic sleep stepping in. Yes, as we get ready for action after the luncheon interval with the Windward Islands Volcanoes requiring 142 runs for victory here. At the wicket, we have Teddy Bishop, and he's accompanied by Kieran Kotoy. They are 32 without loss. The Windward Island Volcanoes, the Hurricanes on the back foot here, Vinod.
Yeah, good afternoon to all our viewers, and of course to Gordon Pair. Gordon, yes, of course, 174 the target, and you would fancy them to get that. There is a lot of time remaining in the game, and no threat of rain. It's 142 required still, and the Leeward Islands would have expected to have gotten early wickets in order to make a fight back here. What they need to do is to get early wickets here still. They haven't gotten early wickets, sorry, but early wickets after lunch. If they can get 2 or 3 wickets here now, Gordon, you never know what can happen.
Yes, the man entrusted to get those early wickets after lunch is Colin Archibald. He's coming in from the northern end here, the commentary box end, and he started with a no ball. So already a run on the board. Here he is running in. Pitch outside the leg stump.
That might have been the only thing that saved them there. Definitely struck in front of the stumps, but that might have been pitch outside the leg. Let's look at the replay. Yeah, definitely outside the leg stump, and that is what saved them. So Archibald will have to go back and start again. So the Windward Islands, their cricket has been on the upswing. We discussed that earlier on in the week, and today is the day when their president, the president of the Windward Islands Cricket Board, will be named Cricket West Indies president. So it's a good day for Windward Islands in terms of cricket. So they will want to,
Dr. Shadow.
Yep, they will want to celebrate that with a victory here as well.
Most definitely. Well, Teddy Bishop, he looked to continue after lunch. Forward and showing a firm bat there, pushing it into the offside, the cover region.
Yeah, good line by Archibald. I just want to consider pulling it back an inch or two. And back in the day, the Windward Islands were the whipping boys of regional cricket. The Leeward Islands, they were very strong. Today, it's a different story. Back in the day when Ruskin Mark played for Trinidad and Tobago, when you hear the Leewards are coming to town.
Viv Richards.
Yeah, what about the fast bowling options that they had back then?
Yeah, you had Benjamin. You also had Kirtley Ambrose.
Well, both Benjamins, Kirtley
Winston
Ambrose,
and Kenny.
Eldin Baptiste as well.
Yeah.
Pretty handy.
Viv Richards, Richie Richardson.
And then before them, you had in the fast bowling department, Hugh Gore, you had Anderson, Montgomery, Everton, Roberts. How could you forget him, Gordon?
Yes,
And then Anthony Merrick was another.
Archibald pitching outside the stump there, just going fishing, Teddy Bishop.
It was a good delivery. It was shaping away from him. He pushed at it.
Teddy Bishop would want to get back his concentration in, you know, just after. Yes, Kotoy who's batting, in fact. Kotoy who is on strike. You want to just get back his concentration, like our scorer. Dave Passad to show that Kotoy is batting. And myself. And I say on the legs, clips it. Good fielding there inside the circle.
And you can see Kotoy on that occasion not trying to go on that hard, not playing a full-blooded on drive, because there's a squarish mid-wicket. They're hoping that he can clip it in the hands of him if he goes for it. The wicket, of course, on the final day would not be as true as what we would have seen in the preceding days. So he just calmly played it away.
So Archibald's teaming in. Nice really quick approach.
That one keeping a bit low. It's the end of a good over there by Archibald, but still he hasn't been able to take a wicket. The latest score, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the Windwards chasing 174. They're 34 without loss.
Well, the Windward Islands here, they'll be trying to join the West Indies getting victory here today.
Yeah, congratulations to the West Indies team winning by 3 wickets against South Africa.
Hey, Archie.
And the
Archie,
captain,
do me that.
Rovman Powell, taking them to victory with an unbeaten 43.
Yeah, you want to do behind there?
Scores in that
yeah,
game.
me that.
South Africa making 131 and the West Indies 132. It was reduced to 11 overs. The West Indies winning with 3 balls to spare.
But it's going to be Rakim Cornwall who's going to try to weave a web of magic here. He's up against Teddy Bishop, who's on 15.
Oh, bowling, Jim,
That's a
Jim.
good delivery there by Cornwall. He
Boys,
got some
come in,
thrift
boys.
on that. It's a
Maybe
big
don't know
man,
which one is gonna
Cornwall.
spring
Bowls
here,
off his
Jim. You don't know which
shoulders.
one.
Yeah, there we see his figures. 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, 1 runs, 4 wickets.
So he goes deep in his crease to change up the angle a bit. He gets it down to mid-wicket for 1. Teddy Bishop
Come in, Jim.
goes on now to 16. Well, Atenes is one batsman they will be depending on as well. In this run chase, Atenes has been extremely brilliant this season.
Yes, my favorite cricketer in the Caribbean this time, not only for his run scoring, but also the attitude he showed. You know, he came straight out of South Africa, and he was back in the team when most of the players who returned from the tour just spend a week off, as they say, changing the oil and the chemistry of their bodies, but they just were not back into the... He went back right away, and he responded by scoring an 80 plus and a 90 plus in the first 2 innings that he played.
Lovely use of the feet here, Gordon.
Go, Jim.
And that's clipped away for 4. So that's a lovely shot there from Karen Kotoy.
Come in, Jim. Come in,
Yes,
Jim.
showing
Come in,
good
Jim.
timing, good use of the feet as well as the wrists. Lovely wrist work.
Walk, boys,
Everybody
walk, boys.
was just mere spectators. Not a lot of runs to play with.
Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim.
The Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Oh, Jim.
Just changing it up a
Bowling,
bit,
Jim.
going round the wicket.
Come in, boys. Come in, boys.
Trying
Come in,
to-
boys.
Inviting
Rock here, Jim. Rock here, Jim.
Kotoy to come at him now.
Oh, Jim.
Broad bat there by Kotoy. That brings the over to an end. At the end of it, 8 overs gone. In reply here, looking to get to 173 for victory. The Windward Islands located with a 39 without loss.
Yes, a solid start. This is what you want when you're chasing any target. They've gotten off to a really good start. Both openers playing their shots as well, not being bogged down, thinking that they're just going at 174 with time. They haven't gotten bogged down at all. They've raced away to 39 of 8 overs. We'll have to keep their eyes on Archibald. He's a slippery character.
Bishop facing.
Yep, 2. Middle of leg.
Just getting his guard, but Archibald was already in his run-up. He seems to be quite excited here.
Yeah, he's just changing his guard. But he's facing Archibald, who is left arm over.
Yeah, you know, just coming from that angle, the batters normally, if you're batting on a leg stump, you'll go to a middle and leg.
You want to open up the body.
Yeah, so you could open up the body, look more over the shoulder than around it.
Did you coach Brian Lara at Harvard? Gordon?
I never played for Harvard. And by the time I was playing cricket, I think Brian Lara had left Harvard and he was no longer there. He was at the Queen's Park Oval. course, a lot of fundamentals, that's so important in young cricketers. Because although Teddy Bishop will continue. Oh, he's ball played on.
That's where he goes.
Yes, he's.
And Archibald strikes, delivery outside the off. So he was in 2 minds. And in the end, he plays on. So let's see if that creates an opening here for the Leewards. This one just going with the angle, looking to leave it alone and carelessly not raising the bat high enough. It just followed the bat.
Yeah, really a cheap out there. I was just before he got into that delivery, I was talking about getting a more open stance to face the bowler coming from the angle. Their left arm over the wicket. But we'll talk about that as definitely in context of the game, a very important wicket, a very timely one too. Well, Hodge, the top scorer in the first innings for the Windward Island Volcanoes, he's come to the wicket with a score at 39 for 1, and the game really hanging in the balance there. A great breakthrough by Colin Archibald.
Well, I wouldn't quite say it's hanging in the balance. I think the Windward Islands are still well on course, but should a wicket or 2 fall here now, we could have some exciting times ahead. And
well, it's
Bishop was in 2 minds. This is why the bat did not get out of the way on time, because he still had thoughts of playing a shot, and in the end decided against it. And by that time, the ball had reached the bat. It took the under edge and onto the stumps.
I think what really caught him there was the angle. He wasn't quite sure how far outside the off stump that ball was. So he was just hanging, just that moment of hesitation, and they're playing on. Archibald, though, he'll be looking to steam through. He has gotten the wicket for his team.
Down the next side.
They're also wrapping up at the Queen's Park Oval. Trying to be Red Force crashing to a defeat.
See our producer at the Oval, Ronnie Bikram dances here. Can't keep him away from the cricket, could you? He has efficiently dealt with Trinidad and Tobago's game. TNT losing yet another encounter. This one keeps low, it comes back as well. I tell you, Gordon, look at Colin Archibald. Could create some problems here.
It's just what is captain order, an early wicket after the lunch break. Just bringing some excitement to the game.
Well, Kavim Hodge is in too much of form not to negotiate that. But if the deliveries keep low, he'll be in problems here. Archibald. Oh, that's a beauty.
Beauty of a delivery there.
I think that beat everything. The bat, the stumps, even the security guard at the gate. Look at that. Wow. I think Archibald is in the midst of a really good spell here.
Well, he's steaming in from the northern end. He has a good rhythmic approach. The left-handers have been giving problems this morning. Well, today, Maxwell, earlier today, the chief destructor for the Windward Islands with the ball.
Driving nicely, but there's protection out there. Looking for that swing. Did get the ball to move a bit, but it was over-pitched. And at the end of the over, it's 40 for 1. Remember, they're chasing 174.
Yes, it's tense 4-day cricket. Really interesting, and it's good. We had the quicker version today with the West Indies playing South Africa. Of course, as we've started and been completed during the period that this game would have been playing. But here, this 4 days, so enthralling and really crying. Because right now you could feel the tension in the air. No one wants to give away anything at this point. A wicket falling here now could really put the cat among the pigeons for the Windward Islands.
Well, they still have Anthony's, but You don't want scoreboard pressure to start making an entry. It may be a small target, but still, those type of targets could be very, very difficult to maneuver, very difficult to get.
Oh, ball in, Jim.
Remembers the West Indies chasing 180 odd in a 55 over World Cup final in 1983 and not getting it. So sometimes scores like 170, 180 is difficult.
Big shot off for there.
Come in, Jim.
I think that's
Ball in,
6.
Jim. Ball in, Jim.
Going
Ball in,
all the
Jim.
way. A massive shot
Don't mind
there
that, Jim. I don't mind
by
that, Jim.
Hodge. So he's
Not
not
gonna
going
pitch at
to
all,
change his
Jim.
method of playing. He was down the track.
Come in, Connie. Come in,
Lifted
Connie.
over the top of the long one area
Here, Connie.
for 4. The 6, sorry. So Rakim Cornwall just readjusting his field. Sending that man out at
Come in,
long
Jim.
one.
Rock it, boys. Rock it, boys.
He's going to toss it up and challenge Hodge to do it again. Just going down the leg side there.
Ball in, Jim. Ball in, Jim.
Some exciting moments here.
Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim. Go wicket.
First class cricket at its best.
Oh, ball in, Jim. Ball in, Jim. Come in, boys. Come in, boys.
Kim Cornwall here.
Come in, Jim. Come in, Jim.
Really looking to apply some pressure.
Oh,
Hodge just turns it off the legs. Able to jog through for the single. So at the end of 10, the Windward Islands Volcanoes looking to get to 173 to win. They're 47 for 1. Archibald to continue. Looking to steam in here. He's bowling well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he comes up with in this over. According to the informed Kavim Hodge.
He's got the
Balls
good.
continue to keep low on that end of the pitch there, God.
Yes, definitely. Seems that at this end, when you're facing up on the northern side, the ball just having a bit of variable bounce, not coming up. We saw it earlier when Preston McSween bowled. And now you're seeing a similar type bowler in Archibald, both of them left-handers. Of course, McSween much taller than Archibald. Archibald more a skiddy type fast bowler than a bouncing type quick. He's pitching out to the awesome, a glorious looking shot. Only a single as there's protection in the deep. Go.
Well, these players would know a lot about each other. And they know that Kavim Hodge loves to drive. This is why this sweeper has been put into position.
So Colin Archibald Jr. looking to continue. He has those nice figures. 2.2 overs, 3 ones, 1 wicket. He's bang on target. Doing just what the skipper's ordered.
Yeah, so what he's doing is bowling tight, he's creating pressure. Horse pressure is being created at the other end too by Cornwall in terms of giving runs away. So they're hoping that they can get an injudicious shot somewhere along the road.
Kotoy, they'll want him to bat long here. And just going down the leg side. So good bowling there by Archibald. You want to stay off the legs though. But you know that every dot ball is building pressure. As you said, bowlers normally hunt in pairs. It's not an event. It's not getting the wicket is not the event. Normally, it's the accumulation of a project type approach, where the two bowlers just bowling well, allowing the batter to bat, tempting their patience, their mental resolve. For the Windward Islands, it's a simple equation. Get to 173 in the remaining 6.1 overs left in the day's play. 61.1 overs left in the day's play. And just flicking it off the legs through the backward square region. It's going to go pretty close to the boundary. They was thinking about 2. Instead, they just thinking about a third. Instead, they settled for 2. So at the end of that, Colin Archibald Jr. over the Windward Islands Volcanoes searching for 173 for victory. They're 50 without loss. They bring up the 50 as they're 50 for 1, sorry. Cornwall looking to continue.
Yeah, so that half century is another milestone, 124 to get.
Yeah.
Cornwall looking to continue to build that pressure from the next end, but he needs to take wickets as well.
Wait. Coffee, let's go.
Interesting field setting. You're seeing someone short on the onside. The drive.
Go!
Immediately a ball goes straight to him.
Come in,
That's
Jim.
a very short mid-on. Yeah, for Hodge, as well as a
Bowling,
more
Jim, bowling,
squarer.
Jim. Come, boys.
It's a mid-on region as well.
Right there, Jim.
It's not yet mid-wicket, but it's a squarer. So, and then of course the man at silly mid-on.
Close, Carl.
And yeah, that's the field I'm talking about there.
Jim.
He gets into play. It's a mid-on position,
Come in,
fielding
Jim.
position.
Jim. These are good
Mid-on
dance here,
fielding
Jim.
position. So two very close. But he's able to clip this one through a more mid-wicket region. And he gets off the mark. So as Vinod was saying, these players are accustomed with each other. They know each other quite well. So probably it's something that he likes to do, just flicking that ball probably aerially in the mid-on to mid-wicket region.
Hey, mark your spot. Mark it. Yeah.
The fans here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy just cheering on.
Go ahead.
Rakim Cornwall. That's a good flick there by Kotoy. In a chase. Can he pull it back? Oh,
Love respect.
he just does it. The umpire is not looking to question it. It was a good chase there by the fielder.
Come in, Jim.
In the
Come in, Jim.
meantime, the batter is getting 3 runs. The total going up to 54 for 1. This partnership, 15 runs.
Oh!
And there we
Ball
see
it, Jim,
the
ball it,
fielder
Jim.
at this wideish mid-on come into play. And that brings the overturn in. At the end of it, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're 54 for 1. Pictures of the apple trees in the background. They're getting quite green.
Two slips and a gully. Backward point.
So it's Archibald here looking to steam in. But he finds a firm bat of Kotoy. Although we've seen signs of a bit of variable bounce from this end, I think this wicket on the 4th day has played well. And I think there's no real demons in it. It's a good 4-day wicket. If the fast bowlers put something into it, they normally get results, as McSween shown this morning. They're just outside the off stump. Kotoy just going across and leaving it to go into the hands of the wicketkeeper. Colin Archibald getting back to the top of his run. Just settling his mind here.
So it's going to be Archibald again. And Kotoy pulls away. He's right to do that. If you're not comfortable, Gordon.
Yeah, a hat was blown off the head of the fielder here at mid-on.
Might have distracted him.
Yeah, but have just distracted him a bit. That's seems to be Devon Thomas. Yeah, Devon Thomas, his hat just blowing off as the bowler was approaching the wicket. So Kotoy just pulling away.
Too wide to interest the batsman.
You're lucky not to be called a wide here.
But he's in his 6th over. Yeah. It's 4th over, sorry, Archibald. 1 for 5.
What will be going through his mind as he walked back to the top of his run there, Vinod?
Well, I guess he's probably trying to work the batsman out. He knows that he's getting some assistance. The strong wind is helping him to get the ball to move away from, to swing away from the left-hander just like that. So he has to control it.
I think he needs to get it closer to the off stump. He needs to force the batter to play. At least get the batter in two minds. He saw that he got the wicket of Bishop, forcing him to be in two minds whether to play or whether to leave. But when you're that wide outside the off stump, it's just mandatory that the batter just pushes his right leg, in the case of Kotoy, across or just shoulder the arms. He'd want to definitely throw the batsman forward. Yes,
just like that, yeah.
Seems like he got a message. You want to force the batter to play at every possible delivery. All of the 300 plus deliveries that will be up this evening, for grabs this evening, you want to put the batter under pressure. Of course, the run rate.
If they can get a wicket here, Gordon, the match will be on a knife's edge.
He's flicking it off the legs. It's gone behind square and into the boundary fence for 4. So Kotoy there, he just strayed into the legs there. Archibald and Kotoy just picking it off the legs, helping it around the corner and into the boundary fence for 4. He moves on to 21. The Windward Islands Volcano, they're up to 58 for 1. So just straying a bit there. Archibald and getting the full treatment.
And that's what I like with the Windward Islands batsmen. You know, they've been positive. The bad balls, they're looking to put it away. And that was what has been very impressive about them.
Yeah, they'll be aiming to. Oh, that's a good shot there. Good looking shot. Ah, it brings out the slide. Is it going to throw? Oh, the throw just not as good as the slide. Doing some good work in the field. Hodge going easily here.
Oh, fuck it. Watch it.
And then just chugging through here. We'll look to see what the umpire signals. It's a bye. So Cornwall here just losing the compass. Straying down the leg side. He's going now around the wicket to Kotoy.
Right back.
So putting some pressure on him here now is Cornwall. Back and pulls and not getting hold of it.
A bit too short there. Cornwall. He's a very important part of the bowling attack for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Oh!
He's beating him outside the off stump. Took 4 wickets in the first innings. He'd love to get 4 here again.
Oh, boy.
It's long forward there. Kotoy.
Come on,
He
boy.
walks away every time. He paces a delivery, showing that he's quite focused.
Oh!
Good line again there from Cornwall. He's asking questions.
That brings the overturn in. I think right now, as you see, the captain, that's Hamilton, just walking across to some of his fielders there. He'll be asking questions, they'll be having discussions, wanting to come up with solutions here. They don't want this to be a stroll for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They want them to be able to get pinch 1 or 2 easy singles and then after get that 4 ball. So it's going to be a bowling change here at the northern end.
So it's going to be Archibald to continue.
Spencer to continue. Yeah, Spencer to continue here.
$61 for 1.
So
that's
outside your stump.
An opportunity to free the arms, and he gets it down to backward point for 4. So a
Yeah,
loosener, so to speak, there from Xavier Spencer.
it was wide and full. And Hodge just threw his bat at it really. Got a bit of an edge. It was in the air for a while, but safe.
I think outside it was a bit of a... He was not in control because he had to fetch it.
So Spencer will want to get his line on that pretty early here. Hodge in good form. He just flicks it off the legs. The call early is 2. And I
It
think
should
they-
easily get 2 here.
And they're coming for the 3rd. And they get it easily in the end there. So good running by the Windward Islands here. They're showing some urgency.
Yeah, they've looked positive from the moment they went out. I mean, after the fall of Teddy Bishop, Kavim Hodges come in, he scored 19 of 21.
Yeah, so they're looking like they definitely want to chuck off these runs before tea, it seems like. They're already on 68 for 1. When they get under 100, it's going to be the countdown time.
Spencer,
Semi short, helped around.
has to be careful, though, Gordon. On that end of the track, the ball is tending to keep a bit low. Has to be careful with those shots on the onside, those cross-batted shots.
I think both batters will be wary of that. But when it's straight down the leg, it's a nothing ball, really. You can play at it. The only thing that can get you out there is probably a leaning edge that just goes up into the air. And that partnership would 30 already of just 37 balls. So they're going along at quite a clip. And he's outside the off stump there, Spencer. Ball moving around there, but it's way outside the off stump. Doesn't concern the batsman. Hodge just able to watch that one go into the gloves of the keeper Hamilton. Spencer, what has he planned here now? He'll be looking to get a response for his captain. He's flushed in front. Would have just pitched outside the leg stump. A loud
I think
appeal.
that is what saved them. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, well outside the leg stump. You could see the leg stump behind the, in between the bowlers, the batter. Leg is pitching well outside the leg stump. No chance of being given out there. That's if the umpire deems it to be outside the leg stump, of course.
Expensive over from Spencer. 8 runs off it so far.
So he just drives it up the offside to the middle fielder, who does the fielding. That's Thomas. And that brings the end to Xavier Spencer over. At the end of it, the Windward Island Volcano 69 for Warner. We've got Kieran Kotoy on 26. He's partnered by Hodge, the first Indian Centurion, who's on 19. So it seems that there's going to be a bowling change at the southern end.
And a change in the commentary position as well. Ruskin Mark. He's going to come a calling, and coming in with him is your cousin, Kadir Mohammed.
Yes, so it's going to be a double commentary change, a triple change, as we see a bowling change on the field, as Ruskin comes in, as well as Kadir.
So as we have a change in the attack, Devon Thomas is the new man, as they're going to rely on the experienced one to see if he can prize out something for them. And that's a beauty of a delivery that just beats him outside the off stump. A little bit of movement there, and you could see Kotoy just coming. He was kind of walking forward. He didn't really commit, like plant his right foot and try to play at the ball or not play at it. He just seemed to walk across the stumps, and it missed the outside edge. So 69 for 1 it is. And remember, the victory target is 174. So they're exactly 105 runs away now, the Windward Islands. But this is the crucial stage here. If these two could put together a big partnership, that would basically set them on their way, short ball, and not able to make contact with it. It sort of struck him. And that is probably the little surprise there, because Devon Thomas bowling lifters, you don't associate him with short balls, but he kind of got that one to rush on to Kotoy. Shorter ball again, but this one is way outside the off stump. He had to kind of almost play a tennis shot to get it down there, but he was on top of it. So 69 for 1 it is now, and Kadir, this is a pretty solid reply. It's a bold reply so far.
In Leeward Islands, realizing that they need some sort of inspiration, and they've called on none other than Devon Smith to provide some of that. But at the moment, it's pretty smooth sailing for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in pursuit of 174. And they just require another 105 for victory.
A big drive outside the off stump again and not making contact. So for the second time in the over, Thomas was able to go past the outside edge, but no touch on the way through to the keeper. And you can see Kotoy anticipating where that ball with a little swing. He was anticipating where he was going to meet up with the swinging ball. He played a little too far inside of it. missed it completely. The end of the over, 69 for 1.
Yeah. Kotoy been there from the start, 26 from 56, really applied himself in the circumstances. And Kavim Hodge, Centurion from the first innings, 19 from 24. He's already gotten a start. And we definitely want to capitalize on this and take his team to what would be a second consecutive win in the West Indies for the championship. So it's going to be Raheem Cornwall again. 7 overs, none for 27. And this one is worked away in the mid-wicket area. Work to do for Larry O'Dane. Gets around quickly and they're able to come back for 2 runs.
And that's well played. And again, remember we were talking about the gaps. The key to scoring runs is to play the ball where the fielders are not, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And they have all this acreage out there, and he's taking full advantage.
Yeah, he's in so much form at the moment, Kavim Hodge, that he's just capitalizing, as you mentioned, on those gaps. As we see normally a lot in this game, batsmen hitting some good shots, but straight to fielders. But so far he's 22 from 26, which says that he's hitting those gaps. He's rotating the strike. Exactly what is required in this situation.
Down the wicket he goes. This one is in the air, but there's nobody out there, and it's gone for 6. So again, a nice use of the feet, Kotoy, and certainly lifted it mightily over the head of the man at mid-on and over the fence at long on for 6 runs.
Yeah, Karen Kotoy just chipping in line with the delivery and just following through a full face of the bat, and he got the elevation that was needed to go over the boundary. And again, the Windward Islands continue to score quite freely. Yeah, it's 78 for 1 now.
So they're under the 100 mark, and so the countdown is effectively on now. They dropped the long off, the mid off, down to long off. The mid on is still inside. Short ball, and you can see him trying to cut it. I think Cornwall might have bowled that from behind the stumps, and maybe Kotoy spotted it and will try to pull it through the onside, but whatever turn he got there took it away from the blade of the bat.
He was trying to play a pull shot because of the length, but it was spinning away from him. So at the end of another over, it's 78 for 1. And at this stage, Ruskin, where this game is ever so slightly slipping away from the Leeward Islands, some inspiration needed from somewhere. Who skipper Jamal Hamilton? Who does he turn to in a situation like this?
He has to find something that will work for him and try to get somebody involved in it, because Devon Thomas might be a good option because he's fairly tidy. The problem is if they start to score off of him, then where does he go after that? That's the big issue here. And I would imagine spin might be an option, and he may have to look elsewhere for some spin bowling. Kofi James maybe to try to see if he could effect a breakthrough at some point or at regular intervals. Another short ball. This one is pulled away, and the man at deep square leg is nicely positioned there.
Yeah.
And this is, I suppose, this is the little bit of the puzzle that we keep looking at, because Devon Thomas is not, as we all know, is gentle medium piece, but they have a deep fine leg. They have a fine leg rather, and a deep square leg, and I'm not sure they need both of them, if you know what I mean. And I feel that they could have utilized him a little bit better. And it's in the gap. It's in the air as well, but it's gone for 4. And he was getting it under full and whipping it away, but he hit it in the air. And luckily for him, he got it away from the fielder, right in the gap, and down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
And Kieran Kotoy continues to deal in boundaries. 36 he is now, and playing quietly. He's gone on doing his business. It's Kieran Kotoy. I usually remember Kieran Kotoy bowling leg breaks, and this time he's doing a job with the bat, and he's looked quite good.
Yeah, it's the best I've seen him in a while.
Yeah.
He's really adapted well, and he's been out there. So and because he's been out there for a while, he's been able to navigate 1 or 2 difficult deliveries, especially the ones that are keeping low. He's kept his eyes on the ball, and this one again just peels off the edge, and again Devon Thomas just getting the outer edge of the bat. And the last over he passed the outside edge on 2 occasions.
Yeah.
This time he got the edge, and to rub salt in the wound, he conceded a single as well.
Yeah, nothing going to plan at this stage for the Leeward Islands.
And Kadim, you know, this innings, this match, in a way mirrors last week's game. It's just that the tables have turned.
Yeah. Yeah. Where they lost those 5 wickets.
Well, not only that, it was the Leeward Islands who came from behind to beat Barbados. Now it's the Windward Islands who are turning the tables here now. Remember, they trailed on first innings, just like the Leeward Islands did. And here we are. They are the ones pushing forward towards a victory, which will be a huge victory for them. Remember, this is 2 playing 3.
Yeah.
And so this has great significance for them. 84 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 2 playing 3. I think Guyana.
Would have completed victory.
Yeah,
there,
Guyana would have completed victory in their contest over Jamaica.
And the Bajans have already knocked off Trinidad and Tobago. So this is the only game that is still in progress.
Yeah. Yeah, so with that victory, Guyana would keep their hold on top of the table. If Windwards do go on to win this game, they'll strengthen their hold on 2nd place. So essentially it might be a 2-horse race in the final round for the championship.
And this is the ball, and well, he went sweeping at the delivery, and the ball just seemed to elude the bat, and it somehow trickled onto the stumps as well. It was too full, really, for that sweep shot. He went right across. The ball struck him on the body, or he got stumped.
Yes.
The back leg might have just sort of slipped out of the crease or just over that line, and Hamilton was right there, ready to pounce. So a breakthrough. Kotoy goes for a well-played 37.
Yeah. Against the run of play, Kieran Kotoy was batting so well, and it came out of nowhere. Rakeem Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton effecting a stumping. So the man of the moment, Alec Athene, the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, comes to the crease with his team relatively in a comfortable position. Ruskin with just about 90, just about 90 more runs required for victory. And of course he's coming out to meet his best mate in Kavim Hodge.
You talk about putting a heavy price on your wicket. This was the time he needed to just basically shut the door on the Leeward Islands. But if you keep losing wickets, you're just opening the door ever so slightly for them. And that was a careless shot. he could easily have just played that ball out into the offside and live to fight another day. But he went to try to paddle it around, missed it, and eventually got stumped in the process. So a breakthrough for the Leeward Islands. They were really longing for that. It eventually came. And so they might think now this might be the time for them to try to kick on from here now. But these two were the ones who really kept them at bay in the first innings. Both of them got hundreds.
Put on a partnership of 246. So it's these two again in for the Windward Islands at this stage, and Alec Athanaze is in a rich vein of form at this point in time.
And that one kept very low. That's not the kind of delivery you want to get second ball as you come to the wicket. But he kept his eyes on it, and he was able to keep it out. He too is swinging to leg, and not out, says the umpire. In fact, the ball might have just been drifting down the leg side. But again, it's that sweep shot that is such a risky shot on this wicket. You know, it's so unnecessary. Look how the ball is starting to drift down down the leg side. It probably would have missed leg stump, and but again, with the naked eye, they probably don't have the benefit of the replay, and they were all excited about this wicket because that would have been a big wicket for them. 84 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, Cornwall not happy. In fact, it's one delivery to come.
One delivery left, yep.
Yeah, Cornwall and the entire Windward Islands team are in disbelief of not getting that decision. Umpire Dinesh Ramdani it is, or it's Leslie Reefer, I think.
Yeah, Leslie Reefer at this
Yeah,
end.
it's Leslie Reefer. Yeah, bit in dismay, not getting the decision to go their way. Well, it's not the best option for Alec Athanaze at this stage. Ball is staying low.
He almost played it again.
Yeah.
He almost went for that sweep shot again, and but he just showed good restraint there to complete the over. So 84 for 2. Finally, the over comes, and then a successful one at that too.
Yeah, 84 for 2 and requiring still 90 for victory in all of 53 overs that remain in the day's play. It's a bit of a tricky period with a wicket. You know, when one wicket fall, it tends to bring two, or it just tends to be a good partnership in this case.
Well,
The
they
Leeward
got
Islands.
they got the breakthrough, so they're going back to Colin Archibald now.
He switched ends. He's gone from the southern end now.
But we had a couple of overs from Devon Thomas, and he didn't do too badly. In fact, he went past the outside edge on a couple of occasions. So now he has to really roll up his sleeves here and go to work quickly. I think that is the requirement here to get the Leeward Islands firmly in contention. And it's going to require something special to deny the Windward Islands from this point. The two key batsmen at the wicket for the Windwards. And you can just hear the encouragement through the stump mic. They know that this is the game here, literally. That if they can separate these two, they feel that they'll have an excellent chance.
The Jamaicans are really not having a good time of it this season. They closed the day on 170 odd for 1, and they got bowled out for 229.
So they think for a moment of a second run, but it's not there. And so another single to add to the score, pushes it up to 85 now for 2. And Jamaica is that type of team. Sometimes they tend to blow hot and cold. Some they go for a period where they look unbeatable for a couple seasons, and then you're shocked when you see them 3 years down the road. You wonder if it's the same team,
Yeah.
but it's the same players sometimes, and they just don't perform. But then they'll just rebound and they'll come back as strong as ever. I think Barbados sometimes too, but I suppose that's cricket in the region. There's peaks and valleys. Guyana for a number of years they won the title for like 5 years
consecutive,
straight,
yeah.
and then now like 3 years they haven't won it. So it's just you go through that,
Ebb
that
and flow.
phase. Yeah, you go through that phase, and then they have some countries that haven't won it for a very long time. That's a good shot. He's going to get a couple here if he hurries. And he's going to have to hurry. He was taking his time initially and then realized that the non-striker's end was the danger end. And you could just see Hodge having to put in a little extra.
Yeah.
Jay.
To put in some afterburners, Kavim Hodge. Athens is off the mark.
But this is what makes this game so interesting. The Windward Islands probably pinning their hopes on these two, and the Leewards want to mess up that plan. And this is another shot play there. They might get at least two again, and they're going about this in a very methodical fashion.
Yeah.
And like I said, the sweep shot that ended up getting the wicket of Kotoy and that almost cost Athens his is so unnecessary at this point in time. You don't really need it. It's 89 for 2. You're going along quite nicely. Over's not a problem. You have that in your favor. The weather is fine. The wicket is not, a very difficult one to bat on. And all you have to do is just spend some time out there, and the runs will come. As we've seen already, it's just a question of, as a batsman, it's how you kind of set the mind, what frame of mind you're in, and I think you know this is a game that you can win if you're the Windward Islands.
Yeah.
But you just need to commit to doing what is necessary.
Yeah, exactly. And it just requires that these two bat and they score quickly. So once they spend some time out there, runs will definitely come. But for the Leeward Islands though, some more disciplined bowling in terms of hitting those areas. And just try to stem the flow of runs. At the moment it's easy going for both Athens and Hodge.
Yeah, they have to figure out a way how to keep one batsman at one end at least, and allow the bowler to operate on that batsman, especially Cornwall to the left-hander. That's the matchup you want.
Yeah.
So you want him moving the ball across the left-hander. But look at how quickly they rotate in the strike. So the pressure is being relieved
Yeah.
all the time. They get the left-hander, so they get the matchup that they want. And then first ball, he gets a single. And that's because they persist with that fielder on the point boundary, which I think is so, you're gifting the man a single.
Yeah, and especially he's a new batsman. So you want to put some pressure on him. But I guess is the limited runs that Hamilton has to play with. That's why he's a bit defensive with those deep fielders.
But I suppose that's the margins here. That's the hand he's been dealt, in the sense that he almost took his teammate's head off there. He has to try to straddle attack with defense, and that is not always an easy exercise. And these two are making it very difficult for him. He has both mid-off and mid-on inside the circle, or in the traditional positions, halfway to the fence. And he has the man at point. He's moving him a little bit to his left. He's put a backward point. Just to the right of the umpire on the offside. He goes with the sweep shot again. It's in the air, but it's going to drop safe. And it's spun away from him. They're going to go back for the second run. So certainly a tough scenario out there. That looks like Gore out there. Not able to get to the ball first up. He was sweeping. It was high in the air, but Gore not able to get to it. And then when he got there, the ball pitched and spun away from him. And he wasn't able to track it down. They were able to go back for the second run. So a kind of double jeopardy there for him. He couldn't get the catch, and then he gave them the second run with the spin of the ball.
You always got to watch for that spin.
Yeah, it is
You
tricky.
have to, yeah, you got to at least cover that.
It could be difficult sometimes, and no doubt it creates a dilemma for the captain because the runs are coming, and he just needs somebody to help him slow down that run flow, else they will just run away with this game here, as the target keeps coming down. Another 80 runs required. As I say, welcome back to Gordon Pair.
Yes, Ruskin, we have Colin Archibald here. He's gotten one wicket already today. He want to get another one.
He's not going to get it there. And they pick him off again. Another easy single. And I think Hamilton is really, his hands are tied here. The bowlers haven't given him the kind of consistency that he would like, so that he can maybe plug some gaps elsewhere. But as it is right now, he's kind of both sides of the wicket is what he's trying to defend, and that's hard to do.
Well, Archibald is up again as a man in form here. Alec Martinez fresh off 100 in the first innings. Flicking this one off the legs.
I was just telling Kadeem that every time the bowler, you get a matchup that you want, you say, okay, we're going to work on the left-hander, or we're going to work on the right-hander. But the first ball, he gets a single. So you throw that plan out, at least you put it on hold for a while, and then you try to come back with another plan now for the other batsman.
I think the beauty of the first-class cricket is that, you try to come up with plans and execute them. The bowling unit for the Hurricanes just have not done that today. They've bowled both sides of the wicket. I think with the exclusion of Archibald, when you came from the northern end, they've not really built pressure. If you have a small total to defend, you want to build pressure. You want every delivery to be an event.
You have to think you could get a wicket every time, and that's better from him because he's attacking the stumps. And so unless you're bowling a bumper, head high bumper or something to that effect,
I think that
the stumps is where you want to be.
The lesson to learn when you're bowling and you're defending a small total is that you really want to build the pressure. You want to ensure the batter, first thing, is playing at every delivery. Then you want to be bowling to your field.
Even the ones that you're not supposed to be playing at. But you can only do that by enticing him to play maybe on that off-stump line, and then get him to chase ones that he shouldn't be playing at further away from the off-stump.
So it seems like the water break is around the corner. We're seeing the umpire, the third umpire, just preparing to carry out some refreshment for his colleagues.
It's hot though.
Yeah. There's Archibald. He's coming around the wicket. There's left arm around the wicket. That one just straightening a bit. And we see Hodge just walking off as the umpire calls for the water break. So after 22 overs, The Windward Island Volcanoes in pursuit of 174 to win. They're 96 for 2. We're going to the break. When we come back, we'll have more action live right here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Academy, we're getting ready for another interesting period here. And Gordon, between now and the tea interval, I would imagine things could change. The Leeward Islands will be hoping that they could probably prize out a couple quick wickets here and remain in the game, whereas the Windwards will be thinking maybe this is the period where we could just sort of not just consolidate, but really tighten the vice grip that they have on this game.
Yeah, well, this is a very important passage of play here. The partnership at the wicket, the important partnership over this Windward Islands team. We saw it in the first innings. Both two batters in good form. They're also good bodies as well. Artinez, he's been the man for the Windward Islands thus far. The captain, he'll want to lead his ship to the port of victory.
And you see the difference when when he attempted the sweep shot. Remember when he survived that loud and confident LBW appeal. The difference here is he's not taking any risk at all. He just waited on the back foot, and as the ball came onto his patch, he just turned it off his pad and got an easy single. You know, so and that's the difference. Whereas We saw Kotoya attempt a sweep shot as well. That really was unnecessary at that stage of the game.
Well, it's Cornwall. He's been a touch expensive.
And he's
Just
going
as I
for
said.
him again. This one is in the air. Could be out court, and he is. So he really just gifted that wicket there. No need really for that shot, and just like that, they have given them that wicket. He goes a Hodge for 27, and that just opens the door ever so slightly again. Kaveem Hodge out for 27. Good catch out in the deep as well.
Yeah, a really poor shot there. I think the Leeward Islands, they will be most happy. The first over after
The water break.
the water break.
It happens every time, doesn't it?
Yes, he just needed to bat there, giving away his hand early. Ambrose, Sunil Ambrose, he comes to the wicket. A bit of a job still to do. 77 runs to get for victory. 7 wickets for victory for the Leeward Islands. So Sunil Ambrose, he comes to the wicket. You could see the disappointment on by the behavior of Martinez when he saw his batting partner just give away his knock really. Cornwall, he continues to be a wicket taker and probably a match winner for the Leeward Islands team.
They'll be hoping that he's the match winner for them again today. It was a good catch, a well-judged catch by Spencer out in the deep. He started to go back initially because he had to kind of pick up the line of the ball and the flight, and then eventually he came forward and took the catch, judged the catch very well. Took it with both hands.
I think at this level, if he had dropped that, his teammates would have been greatly disappointed. A bit of a catch in practice. But it's going to be Raheem Cornwall. Just turning it off the legs, Ambrose there.
Should get 2.
Does so quite easily. There we see the substitute fields on. Just throwing that one in. That's Laurie in.
The thing with Ambrose here is he has to be very careful with Cornwall because he doesn't spin all, doesn't turn all the ball. So that push, he's pushing with the tide. And you have to be very careful that you don't push inside the ball and miss it completely.
Hamilton making some field changes. The captain there, Jama Hamilton, just making some adjustments.
Over.
He has to do his part with the field placing, and Cornwall is certainly doing his. He's picked up 2 for 44 now from 11 overs, 99 for 3.
Well, as they look to get over, they get to the 100. One more for the 100. I think it's all academic. The only number that is important right now is 174. That's what would be on the mind of the Windward Island Volcanoes.
So they need 75 more. And, in this case, as a batsman, what are you thinking to yourself? Boy, listen, we need 75. Let us see if we can knock off 50 of those runs before we get separated. And, so you're just leaving it, you're leaving 25 for just as an emergency scenario.
So Martinez, though, he's facing Colin Archibald Jr. Archibald Jr. into his 7th over. Nice figures of 16 runs for 1 wicket. The left-hander just looking to get it to shape in and straighten on Martinez. Alicatine is in a rich vein of form. And they're just clipping this one off the legs.
And you see that is the challenge with the bowlers, because you want him to be a little more concentrated towards the off stump. Anything on his hip, that's like what do you call it? Meat and potatoes.
Yeah, meat and potatoes.
You know,
Well, in Trinidad and Tobago,
he eat that every day.
chicken and chips,
You know,
KFC.
he's going to just feast on that. You know.
Ambrose taking his guard, facing Archibald for the first time in this innings. Seems like he's taking an off stump. He would have taken a middle and leg and then an off stump. Some batters just want to know where their off stump is when they take their stance.
A lot of times the bat actually is covering the off stump. When he gets into his stance, you'll see where the bat is positioned, and it's pretty much on that middle stump.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there. Pitching outside the off stump, coming in. Good. Showing the full face of the bat. So it's a field that mix attack with defense.
Yeah,
Still has a slip.
yeah, but that's what is required now, because he can't go into all-out attack and leak runs, and he can't become too defensive because he might miss a catch or something.
Flowing drive there. Pulling it out there to Spencer. The chirpy in the slippery region.
Chirpy is it?
Yeah, yes. Big Rock is just having a couple words with Ambrose.
I think he's sledging him.
It's gonna be.
Every time you get a full toss and you can't put it away. You know,
It's down the leg side. Turned off the hip. We'll see if the umpire signal legs by. It's
might have gotten a touch. Yeah?
gotten some bat onto that.
No, leg by. He signaled
Oh,
leg by eventually.
A late, late signal.
Yep. 101 for 3. He probably asked the batsman, you played it?
So they're past the 100 mark here. The countdown continues. Archibald looking to steam in here from the southern end. The C3 end. Short. Pulls it away. But O'Dean is out there. So they'll get just a single.
It's all too easy at times, you know, because the length that you're bowling, the batsmen are well equipped to handle that. So it's 102 now for 3, and the numbers are pretty safe. They need to get to 174 to win, and they're now at 102. So it means that they need another 72 runs for victory.
Well, if you're just joining us and wondering what took place this morning, the Leeward Islands, they resumed on 95 for 5. They lost their next 5 wickets for just the additions of
47
runs.
47 runs or so, yeah.
They
They were
were
all up for 144.
all out for 144, setting the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's down the leg side, it's swept away. It's going to be a chase around, but it's going to go into the boundary fence. The running was just a retriever. There, a nice looking sweep shot by the skipper Martinez.
Actually, they resumed at 99 for 5, and they ended up making so they 45 runs for the loss of the 5 wickets.
So
We were saying that wicket, that last ball wicket last night, that one probably changed the whole complexion.
was also the wicket of an informed batter who was out last ball last night. Hakeem Cornwall, he didn't get off with a bat earlier today. He want to get off with a bowl here. He's already gotten 2 scalps for his team. Martinez just getting back and just flicking this one into the mid-wicket region. Easily fielded there by Devon Thomas. So the rack attack, as he's called, will be looking to get some wickets here for his team. You know that if he's able to get one more here, the cat is definitely going to be among the pigeons.
But if you notice, some might turn a little bit. It's not big, prodigious turn, and then others just go with the arm. There's no spin at all, hence the reason why the batsmen find themselves cramped a lot of times.
They're just able to jog through for a single.
Some indecision there as well, because initially the call was made, but there was no response, and but eventually the ball was well played. It was well placed, and they were able to complete the single. Not much Munson Hodge could have done about cutting it off.
Well, they were able to amble through for a single. One more run on the board. One less run
Required. Yep.
required.
Do you think they're going to fill it up with singles?
I think they're going to be cautious, regardless of what takes place. As we see the rack attack there, just having a word with Powell. It seems like Powell is going to go into the slip. Oh no, he's not going to go into the slip. He's just bringing the helmet. Kieran Powell had a good first innings knock. Would have been disappointed that he didn't go on.
You had the chairman of selectors here watching him bat as well. You would have seen a good start.
Good shot there by Martinez. Easily fielded out in the deep by James, Kofi James. But Martinez, he's looked unbothered really. He's looked like he has a lot of time. He's showing that he has the right temperament. I think when we had the toss and we spoke to him about his form, he just said that he's the captaincy has definitely made him a more responsible batter. He loves the added responsibility, and he has responded. I think he's one of the players that's knocking down on the door for selection, not only into the squad, but into the starting 11.
And nibbling at one and not making contact, but the ball clearly lined down that leg side. Luckily, he didn't get a touch, else it probably could have gone down to fine leg.
But this captain calls him down there. He's probably saying, so although he's more experienced than him, he'd be saying, could you stay and just settle down? We don't want so much excitement. Because there was a lot going on there. The ball went down the leg side. A bit of an appeal for caught behind.
Then
a throw, a run, a half run up. So a lot going on. You just want him to settle down. Oh, he's beaten by a beauty. A beautiful delivery there. It came in with the angles, pitched and straightened.
And the thing about it, when you bowl a ball like that, 99.99% of the time it misses everything.
Yeah, it's too good for the batter.
It misses the edge, it misses the pad, it misses the wicket. You know, it sometimes you say better didn't bowl a ball because you ain't touching anything. Another times you bowl a regulation delivery and it might clip the pads or something on the way through.
They're looking to come down the track.
The running between the wickets between these two, they have to sort it out. You know,
the calling has been
they're not on the same page most times.
Communication, much more than just a loud shout.
Yeah, but that's not the dismissal you want at this time. A run out, no. Especially if you run out their captain.
Oh, he's pushed.
Almost got it back to the bowler. He was reaching for that one. Again, he's playing the ball out front instead of playing it under his eyes. And you're going to have another word with him.
His captain doing a lot of, just giving him some guidance. You see them share bunks. Probably just, giving him some reassurance.
Stay there. Don't worry about it. Just stay there and bat.
They're doing a lot of gardening. You're seeing the batters watching the pitch. The pitch definitely has been a good one. Hats off to the ground staff here at the Brian Lara, sorry, Cricket Academy. Yes, just thinking about another West Indies batter.
Yep. But it's the end of another over, and at the end of it, it's still 108 for 3, 26 overs completed. So the ask is getting smaller and smaller, and so they're inching closer to their victory target.
Yes.
Cornwall, though, would probably want to upset those plans.
Yeah, he definitely want to get a wicket here, because right now it's easy going. The two batters are not looking troubled at all. I think there's more trouble going on with Rakeem's mouth, as you see he's mouthing off there to Hambris. Oh,
Straight over his head. I don't think that's
to
where that ball was intended to go, though. But it went for 4. And clearly he was trying to hit that maybe over mid-on, over the head of the mid-on fieldsman, or even down deep mid-wicket. But somehow it ended up over the bowler's head for 4. The scorebook will say 4 runs.
Yes, definitely. Martinez, he goes into the 20s. He'll want to be here at the end for his
close,
team.
or very close. At least see them 90% home. And, so there's a big responsibility on his shoulders. And that's the one that is just going on with the arm. No spin at all, no turn.
Yeah. Faster one as well. Push through a bit.
As we say in local parlance, it's going through a pipe.
Yeah. Just back. I'm seeing him playing it quite comfortably, playing off the back foot there. But I would just warn him that this side of the wicket has just played a bit
It's lower.
yeah,
Yep.
lower. See, he's pushing it into the cover region. Nice flowing shot. You want to see more on the front foot than on the back foot.
So they have pulled the man back at long on after that attempted heave that he had just now, because he was aiming in that direction.
No hurry, really. You'd have gotten the 4 of the first delivery of the over. So judging from what we've seen thus far, he looked for a single just about now.
And again, that reverse sweep, he did it in the first innings, and he got away with it on a couple of occasions. In fact, he played it very well at times, but he also misfired with it on a couple of occasions. And there again, he missed the ball completely.
It's a bye there. To finish off the over.
So 114 now for 3. And the asking rate comes down even, the total comes down even more now.
It's
So it's 114 going for 174. So they need another 60 runs.
Archibald, I think he'll need to get a wicket in this over here.
I think Cornwall is coming off. And
Yes, so Cornwall leaves the field.
he seems to be in some discomfort at the moment. He's not walking like his normal relaxed self, very chill.
That'll not be good news for his skipper, Hamilton.
It certainly is. That's a big blow to their chances here. I don't know how long he'll be off the field, if it's just something that maybe he just needs to get tape in or something done. We understand that he is carrying an injury. What type of an injury, not sure. But the thing is, though, Gordon, at this level, you're never 100%. Something is always hurting. You know, if it's not the heel, it's the wrist, it's the elbow, it's the toe. There's always some part of your body aching. The hamstring is not 100%. You know, you always have some part of your body hurting you, and you're just trying to pull it through it. That's kind of common at this level of sport.
There's
And
a shot by
he goes
Sunil
again.
Ambrose.
Ambrose is just he's just trying to get on with things here.
Coming at you.
Seems to be the plan. The first ball or the first two balls of the over to
Let's
get
have a
some
go.
runs,
Yep.
and then they
Come, boys.
refocus and look to play out the rest of the over.
It challenges the captain now. How do you set a field for that? Because that ball, I mean, he was aiming in that general direction, but not the manner in which it ended up there. There he goes again, and misses out on this occasion. There is a deep backward square and a fine leg, but he was trying to swivel and maybe just help it rather than try to hit it. And he missed it completely.
So
It
the
struck
fast
him.
bowler responding. You see Ambrose is down there. Just having
Got stuck in the solar plexus somewhere there.
see he's having a conversation with the keeper. That's the captain, Jamal Hamilton. Just pushing this one out. And just giving away a run. And it's going to be
two runs easily. They might even get a third if they hurry.
I think they wouldn't want to chance the arm.
Gore is out there, and he's a pretty decent fieldsman with a good arm.
Look at his captain, the keeper there. Hands on hips, he stares down the fielder. He asks him the question. And the fielder responding, it's Saunders who's responding. I'd like to be a fly on the wall out there, just to hear the exchange.
Well, he probably wants to get on with things, so he probably felt like that shot deserves 2 runs. You know.
Gifting the batter 2 runs. At this stage, every run valuable. Oh. Down the leg side, So
The batsman was out his crease, and he did have a shy. He didn't even remove the glove. He threw it with the glove on,
in one motion as well.
and he hit the stumps. But I think Ambrose was alert enough to get the bat down quickly,
Hey, look at you, Danish.
so he survives.
So it's a bit of action taking place in the middle. Just when it was looking like it was meandering to an easy victory for the Volcanoes.
I think Ambrose, since his arrival, things have picked up a little bit. He just seems like he just wants to get on with things here now. He isn't prepared to just stick it out here and graft. He wants to put bat to ball and see if he can't bludgeon a couple big ones.
Well, tea is in just about half an hour.
There he
He's
goes.
Pulling it behind square.
Straight to go it goes.
Getting a single. This partnership just going up there to about 22. Martinez did want him to stay here. That's for his team benefit. But for the supporters of the Leeward Islands, Hurricane, they'll want to see the back of him.
Yeah, they're probably saying the law of averages suggests that he's got to fail at some time.
Yeah.
And they're hoping it's today.
Correct.
He's saying not today. But he said maybe that might be so, but not today. You know, he's really defiant. Easily into line, making it look oh so easy. As you say, the bat is as broad as a door right now. And 119 for 3 at the end of it.
Well, it's interesting to see who's going to take up the attack from this, the northern end. Hakeem Konon has gone off. And it seems to be taking up from the northern end Kofi James. So Kofi James is going to take up the attack from this, the northern end. He'll be looking to get a breakthrough.
He bowled well yesterday, but he does have the tendency to stray on the batsman's pads. Even though he might get a little bit of turn, but if he starts at leg stump, by the time it gets to the batsman, it's outside of his legs. So he has to be careful. He may have to, I shouldn't say he has to start just outside that off stump. And if he can generate some turn, that might work in his favor. But if he lines it up incorrectly, he might very well be punished.
Long forward Ambrose, just turning that one out on the onside.
How long does Ambrose play defensively?
Well, I think there's no rush at all. The overs after T. It will all be his mentality. He struck outside the off stump, playing a shot.
And that's the area that he wants to bowl. That because it's the area that creates the biggest amount of indecision in the minds of the batsman. If he gets any turn at all, he create problems for them, but he has to line the deliveries properly.
Just find the bat there.
Slightly quicker one as well.
Yeah, it's going quite easily here. Down the track.
Again, not in control, and but he got away with it. Just coming down the wicket, just trying to maybe just shake things up a little bit here, and came down the wicket. Didn't get to the pitch. Still went through with the shot, but he got it away from anyone and picked up a single as well. So one more to the score, 120 now for 3. 54 away.
Skipper Hartin is just forward. He's had a great season this year. Thus far. Really, he's made a statement without saying a word. That's a scorer wide.
He was going to play a reverse sweep. Look at where his position is in relation to the ball.
But it shows that it was a premeditated shot.
Yeah, but the ball was nowhere near that for that shot, you know. And I think Kofi saw him and he pushed it outside of his legs. And so it left him there. But that's good bowling because he knew he couldn't reach it once he committed to that reverse sweep. So it remains 120 for 3. And the Windward Islands are really just at the cusp here of an incredible victory after trailing in the game on first innings. And but they fought their way back with the ball. And I was saying earlier that this game mirrors the one from last week, where Barbados had the upper hand in first innings. They led by 168 runs or so. But then they got bowled out cheaply. And that left the door open for the Leeward Islands to come back and win 247. They chased down. Here, they were behind on first innings. They did well with the ball, dismissed the Leeward Islands for 144, and now they're chasing 174 for a victory, and they're well positioned at 120 for 3.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a bowling change from the southern end as we see Spencer taking over the duties from there. He's bowled 1 over thus far. He's been a bit expensive, and that 1 over going for 8 runs.
He got a wicket with his very first ball on debut. And he's not going to get one there as the other one is hammered into the onside.
So Kane showing some intent Ambrose. Sunil Ambrose, we'd have to call him Sunil Action Pack Ambrose.
Yep. He's a busybody when he's at the crease. He does take chances, and that's I suppose that has been his undoing, if you want to call it that, or hence the reason why he hasn't kicked on, as they say. Because when he first came in, he was a lot more, how should I say, organized batsman. Another short ball.
It's going to, the fielder getting around.
Dane is out there to make the save. But you see what I'm talking about, Gordon. 2 balls, 2 runs. You know.
So just Berridge was out there doing the fielding.
No problems at all. They're just picking them off.
So you see, right now there's a bit of tension just filling the stadium here. As you expect something to happen, something to give in this over. Short ball.
And again, it's more of the same.
So 3 dots, 3 balls, 3 dots, 3 short balls.
3 singles.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean 3 singles, sorry.
Yeah. So you know, you're rubbing the Leewards, you're rubbing the Windwards runs there, you're back in the Leewards runs.
Yeah, 3 singles off of the 3 balls. And you're actually feeling the tension because they're all short balls. And they're just clipping it off the legs. So he's not getting the radar right. Spencer. And another single again.
And this is his inexperience coming to the fore here. But he's learning on the job. It's not the easiest environment to try to learn, but it's an opportunity for him to understand what the requirements are in a game like this. But he's just a little bit short of that experience right now.
Yes.
Again, another single. So leaking runs here.
Yeah, it's not coming in boundaries, but it's still rotating the strike. And with every ball, they inch a little bit closer, and that target gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
So under 50 now to win.
And knowing Ambrose, he's probably going to want to hurry that up as quickly as possible. You could see the intent in his shots.
Again, just string onto the legs, but it just clipped off. Fielded in the mid-wicket region.
He got away with that one. That one could have also gone for a run as well. But I suppose as a young man now making his way at the regional level, you will have days like these, and this is where the senior players as well as the coaches will have to work with him on that and on the demands of the game at this level, and what is required and how you excel, how you give yourself the best chance, and how you benefit the team with your bowling.
I think the learning curve though should be a lot quicker for these young fast bowlers when you look around the world and you look at the Afridis, similar age groups. So you want them to learn quicker. Of course, they say experience is the greatest teacher. And the Afridi, Shamshan Afridi, will be playing a lot of first-class cricket
At a very young age.
At a very young age.
Before they even played youth team cricket, like national youth team cricket, they would have played a series of first-class matches. So they have that kind of upbringing. They've been thrown in at the deep end, and it's almost like a sink or swim scenario, and they've been swimming for years.
Well, it's Kofi James. He'd want to sink a wicket here. It's just turned off the legs there by Ambrose. He's going to run pretty close to the boundary.
It's part of the problem when he starts that ball close to the leg stump. Once it turns, it's going to turn away, and as you saw, a slight deflection like that is a couple of runs. Could easily have gone for 4.
So this partnership up to 30 from 46 balls.
He has to change that line a little bit, bring it closer to the off stump. That's where he wants to be. And he got a little bit of turn there, a little bit of purchase in the wicket as well. And so I'm hoping that he sees where he's having his success and continue to plug away there. Watch where the bat is outside the off stump by a mile. And you see again, you see the inconsistency in the bowling. Look at where the next delivery is positioned. He just beat him with a ball starting outside the off stump and coming back in. But the next one is on his legs, you know, and he picks him off at 2 easily.
So coasting along here. Yes, no. No is the final call.
Athene is quick between the wickets, but he has to be careful because Ambrose is probably not the best runner between wickets. And that's well played.
Just guiding it down to the third man region. They come through for an easy 2 runs.
That pushes the score quickly on now to 131 for 3.
So what do you think the Leeward Islands captain could do here, as it seems to be getting a bit too easy now?
It's because he's tried all of his bowlers. Devon Thomas is probably he bowled Devon Thomas for 2 overs, and he took him off because he wanted to bring back Archibald. But he may probably want to go back to Devon Thomas a little bit and see if he cannot provide something for him. And you look at the discussion that he's having with Powell. And Powell is probably telling the same thing I'm saying to you here. Bowl it outside the off stump. If you start it on the wicket, you're asking for trouble because by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already heading down leg. You know, so he has to understand that outside the off stump is probably the best bet. It's like when you're making a pass in football, you want to lead your teammate into the space, so you don't pass it where he was standing, but you pass it where you want him, you know, where you want him to be. And it's the same principle here. You're starting it outside the off stump because you want the ball to end up in a particular location.
Well, it's Spencer who's looking to start this over. He's going to go left arm around the wicket. He's going to be bowling to Shannon Ambrose, who's on 18.
Does he persist with the short ball?
I think not. But let's look and see. So he's outside the off stump. Ambrose play that through the covers. Good fielding there by that was Archibald.
You know, you're hearing the captain in the stump mic. He's basically telling him, remember what we spoke about. You know, so it's not like they haven't been talking to him. You know, it's up to him now to execute.
He's into the legs and he's just clipped away. So it seems like he has forgotten. I remember the nice rhythmic song I keep forgetting.
But that's a big classic, you know.
Yeah, classic. I forgot
One
the singer.
One of the best voices ever.
Keep forgetting. So he needs to just remember. And Michael Jackson, remember the time. And he's from the legs. Is
In the gap, going for 4.
You can't overpitch and bowl in the legs to Batman set as Alec Athene is. And he's in a rich frame of form here.
Is it Malcolm McDonald you're referencing? remember you also had the classic with Patti LaBelle.
Yeah. That probably old school. The older ones who listen to us will know what we're talking about. The youngsters will not know anything we're talking about.
So what are the two of them talking about?
Yeah,
Who?
definitely. What? Where?
Patti who?
Oh. He came into the legs and he just flicking it over the legs. Easy work. Amber's looking to come back for two.
Come on, man.
Jericho would tell him, you like the shot, son. You know, he likes to see Ambrose, he likes to see Athenaeus flick off the pads. So he keeps putting it there, you know.
So it's easy going here. I think at the end of this over, we'll bring back Kadir here to carry us still tea. The Mary Boys team doing quite well right now.
But you realize there's a Mary Boys threesome here, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
so don't leave yourself out.
I'm not going to say I've stopped playing cricket, but don't tell me. I'm sure I could have you jump in the net still, Kadir Mohammed.
Down the wicket he goes. He basically walked down the wicket. Ambrose really wants to finish this here now as quickly as possible. He feels he has the measure of the wicket of the bowlers, and he's just trying to finish off this victory for the Windward Islands. 139 now for 3.
He has become pedestrian early. The captain, Jamal Hamilton, if you watch him in the screen, his hand is on his waist, hands akimbo.
Looking for answers.
And he's on the legs again, and he's just flicking it off the legs.
A no ball.
Add a no ball to that. So 2 to the score. And victory looking assured here.
141 for 3 now with just 33 runs required. Remember you were wondering why Ambrose took the off stump. Look at where the bat is positioned now.
This time he's outside the off stump, but that Spencer brings the over to an end. As I'll make my leave and reintroduce to you
Mr. Mary Boys?
Mr. Mary Boys, Mr. Kadir Mohammed.
So 141 for 3 it is at this point in time. And it's been about the Windward Islands. What a stunning victory this would be. And it's certainly richly deserved as well. They fought hard. They came close. They had an unfortunate end to their innings when Lewis was ill and couldn't continue. It was the last pair, so he had to retire out initially. And the innings came to a close. And then the bowlers went to work, and they did a fine job last night and again this morning. And here we are as they close in on a victory. That one is again outside the legs. They're appealing for the catch, but it struck him on the boot. And he missed it, Athenaeus. And it might have dropped right on the instep, and that is always painful. There's no pad in there. And the ball was he got it on the full, but he missed it. And the ball struck him either on the instep or just on the ankle. And he's in some discomfort at the moment.
Yeah, always a painful place to get hit. Not the meatiest part of the body, the ankles. So, a lot of bone. I'm sure he's going to get up and shake this off and continue for his team. He's 29 from 38 deliveries, and the Windward Islands just require a further 33 for victory.
Yeah, they certainly deserve this win here. They're just trying to put the finishing touches and make it official. but they're well ahead in this game at the moment. And I really don't see them losing their grip on it, although a wicket or two could certainly make things interesting, as we saw in that Barbados game as well, because Barbados had an opportunity right down at the end, and they had a drop catch, and then the very next ball, Cornwall finished off the innings,
Yeah.
and that would have made it 9 wickets down. So it would have been real interesting right there to death, but it didn't happen. So we'll see. Athanaze is back on his feet, so which is a good sign.
Kofi James, Centurion from the first innings, and he's played his part in this game. He's bowled a couple overs, and Leeward Islands, though, you feel for them after batting so well in the first innings, 382 for 9. They really buckled down, and both James and Kareem Agor, both young players, relatively new to this level of cricket. They really did well. But the Windward Islands, though, the bowlers really did all the hard yards and restricted the Leeward Islands' second innings. Really set up this victory for their team.
McSween with his 5 wickets certainly was the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah. He ran in yesterday afternoon and bowled well and finished it off this morning.
So Athanaze will continue. He seemed to be moving fairly well. Still trying to maybe just run off the little sting that he might be feeling. And again, he's playing that cross-batted shot, trying to go against the grain. He's going across the line of the ball and missed everything. Luckily for him, he didn't. It also missed the off stump.
Yeah. But he has this movement that he keeps making. It's probably sort of a routine that he has. You know, most batsmen have a routine.
Again, he pulls out the reverse sweep, and again, it's not working for him. So I really would advise him to just put it away and forget it for now, because he just can't seem to pick the right delivery to do it. And why would he even attempt the reverse sweep when he can get an easy single like this one? With no risk involved. So another single to him, 142 now for 3, as they push their way towards the 174 required for victory. The Windward Islands, the Volcanoes, consolidating their place in second place on the table. And that could run away for 4 runs. It's going to be a long chase. He's given up the chase. That's 4 runs. Down to fine leg it goes. A nice little deflection. He got inside the line of the ball and deflected it away down to fine leg for 4 runs. So Ambrose keeps the pressure on.
Yeah.
And he goes, to 24 now? And his partner in crime, Athanaze, is on 30, and they just racing home now. 146 now for 3.
Yeah. Sunil Ambrose, ever since he came to the wicket, he always wanted to make something happen. Wanted to get after the bowlers, and now he's a bit more settled and into his work. 24 from 34, and just about 7 minutes or so to the tea interval. Just 28 runs required for victory. But it's Javier Spencer, again left-arm pacer, over the wicket.
And here's one take. That's a brilliant take from Hamilton, tumbling over and took it in one hand. And goalkeeper style, he went over to his right and tidied up a wayward delivery down the leg side from Spencer.
Yeah, acrobatic stuff from Jamal Hamilton.
I'm trying to remember the Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper who was very acrobatic like that.
Oh, ball is spent. Ball is spent. Ball is spent.
Was he around Dinesh Ramdan's time?
Yeah. In fact, and I think because of Dinesh, he wasn't really able to
Gibran Mohammed?
Gibran. Yep. He wasn't able to really push on.
Our producer is
Saying
saying
Samuel Felix. But I was thinking of Gibran Mohammed because Gibran was like that. Gibran used to make some takes sometimes. You wonder.
Yeah. But of course, he could not break into that Trinidad team because of Dinesh Ramdan. Excellent gloves, man.
Just like Samuel Felix also had to wait because Gibran was ahead of him.
Yeah.
You know, so it was just that scenario. It's a similar thing used to happen before when you had Derek Murray as the national wicketkeeper and the West Indies wicketkeeper. Plus, Derek was the captain of the Trinidad team. So somebody like, say, St. Bernard from Harvard, even Randall Leon from Queen's Park. It was difficult for them to get ahead of Derek.
Yeah.
You had to wait till Derek was out of the country, and then you might get a chance.
And they would always be in and out.
Yeah, because
of
they'd
the
be on West
team,
Indies
yeah.
duty sometimes, you know. And it's the same thing with the spinners, because we had such a cadre of world-class spinners, because you had the big four. You had Inshan Ali, Rafiq Jumadeen, Ranji Nanan, and you had Imtiaz Ali. All right, the leg spinner.
Yeah.
So those are four different bowlers you have there. You have a left-arm Chinaman Googly, you have a left-arm orthodox, you have a right-arm off spinner, and then you have a right-arm leg break Googly bowler. You know, so you had great variety in there. And that one is going to run away for 4 down to third man it goes. So the runs are coming thick and fast now, and it's like it's all coming off of Spencer. So he just kind of hangs his head there and looks in despair at the moment. He's looking for answers and he's not finding any. Not for 23, and this is only his 4th over.
Make that 27.
Well, not for 27, yeah. And,
Yeah.
you know, so it's been a tough initiation for him. But sometimes this is what you learn from. You know, you hope he is, how I should say, high-spirited enough and big enough to take it on the chin and do the work and come back. He has a no-ball problem.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things he needs to correct. Although he seemed to have corrected it a bit here in this spell, he hasn't produced too many no balls. Maybe just one, if memory serves me right. But he needs to now work on his location. You know, how he's going to approach different batsmen.
Yeah.
And understand their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be. They're getting there in a canter now, the Windward Islands.
But it's tea time. Yep, there's 150 on the board, 151 for 3 at the moment. So they're just knocking at the door. And they're just moments away now from what would be a remarkable victory indeed. 151 for 3. Trying to get to 174. So they need another 23 runs.
Yeah, and it looks as though both sets of teams is not happy with the tea interval, and maybe would have liked to stay up there
and get it over with.
Get it over with. But it is what it is. It's tea time here on day 4 of this West Indies 4-Day Championship match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in pursuit of 174 for victory. At tea, they are 151 for 3. Not out batsman is Ali Catanese, 31, and Sunil Ambris, who is 28. So we'll get some refreshments as well, and we'll be back with you shortly. Yeah, welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the start of the final session, the third and final session of the fourth day of this Cricket West Indies 4-day championship match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Well, we're at a stage of this game where the Windward Islands just need 23 for victory. They're currently 151 for 3. Alec Athenaeus and Sunil Lambers, the not out batsmen, and Ruskin. It's at this stage where it's just a matter of time now as we get down to the final stages of this contest.
Yes, it is, and it's a situation here where you don't want to say it was always on the cards, but given the way the tournament is going and the kind of results that we are seeing and the way teams have been batting, they do one good innings and then they don't bat well the second time around, or if anything, they have two bad innings. We've seen that, so many times, and this is just more of the same here. And this is something that must be a real worry for the management of these teams, because you just can't seem to get players to want to bat for long periods, not just in one inning, but in both innings. Look at how Athenaeus had come to the wicket here and, has kind of dug himself in and is reaping the rewards for his hard work. Granted, he's played a few airy-fairy shots that seem really out of left field, and that could have cost him his wicket. But generally, he's played with the kind of consistency and the type of concentration that is required, but it's required from all the regional batsmen, and we're not getting that from so many of them, that you find bowlers are getting some fantastic returns. How many 5-wicket hauls have we seen, throughout the tournament already? And, it just continues. And so this is kind of like what we had one here today again with McSween getting 5 wickets. Granted, he bowled very well. He deserved his wickets. And on another day, he might have gotten a couple more as well. But I'm just saying that the batsmen are the ones who really need to take a hard look in the mirror and see how they can improve their lot and really help their team in more ways. Now we have Gore finally getting a bowl. And he decided against releasing the ball.
False start.
Yep.
So Athenaeus on strike. Kareem Gore, first spell in first class cricket for him, down the leg side, and Athenaeus just helps it on its way. It's going to get very close to the boundary. In fact, it gets there. James can't cut it off, and Athenaeus starts off with a boundary, badly lined by Kareem Gore, and he paid the price for it.
And again, you look at how he ran around the boundary there. You got so close to the ball, but then he's just going down with one hand. And it's just little things like that that you need to tighten up on. It's still a game, and you want to play it as well as possible. This could be problems here. The reverse sweep, there's a nice bit of fielding, but again, the communication just a little bit off, and they eventually had that loud call coming from Ambrose to tell him wait, because he wanted to see what the outcome of the fielding was going to be. The ball was stopped. It wasn't stopped cleanly, but it was stopped. And it was still close enough to the fieldsman that he could just pick himself up and get to the ball.
Yeah. Easy batting from Alec Athenaeus, and he's shown good maturity, Athenaeus. He really started this in the Super 50, regional Super 50 tournament. He had back-to-back hundreds, and he really has an appetite for big runs. When he gets in, he gets big runs, and he's really a force to be reckoned with in regional cricket, and certainly pushing to get that West Indies to Sydney play his first test match. He was in the squad, didn't play.
They're going to get another quick single here. And the bowler was going one way, and the ball was coming back at him and to his right. He was anticipating it going to his left. And the ball passed between him and the stumps. And they got a single to a straightish mid-off. So one by one, they're pushing on now. It's up to 157 quickly.
Another reverse sweep.
Yep.
Just landing in front of the fielder at short third man. What, backward point?
Yep, he's
Yeah,
persisting.
backward point.
He's persisting with that sweep shot, that reverse sweep. And every time he has attempted it, it just seems so risky and then so unnecessary.
And this one is in the gap. Archibald is giving chase, and it's just a single in the end.
Over.
So at the end of the first over, after the tea interval, it's the Windward Islands Volcanoes 159 for 3, requiring another 18 for victory.
They're so much in control of the situation now that they can basically just cruise. Actually, it's another 15 runs needed
15.
at this point. Already we've seen Barbados wrapping up victory over Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana, similar thing over Jamaica. And we are just moments away now from the Windward Islands, the Volcanoes, getting one over on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, just ending that sequence of defeats to their neighbors. And now they're just trying to put the finishing touches on this one.
Nudged into the leg side, no single.
And again, they don't necessarily need to take the risks at times, but it's I suppose it's just the nature of the game.
Ruskin talking about figures. They were wondering how it was facing Wazim Raja.
And here's the ball swept down to fine leg, and he got a hand to it again, but he can't keep it in. It goes for 4.
Yeah, just paddled around the corner by Ambrose. Fine enough. And Archibald chased it right down, but just couldn't pull it back. And another boundary for Ambrose. So Gordon seems to have that one for you.
Yes, he was trying, because that was when I made my debut against Pakistan at the Queen's Park Oval. And Ramiz Raja was obviously one of the top batsmen in the world at the time. And you know, Zahir Abbas, that was a strong Pakistani team. And I was surprised with Zahir Abbas because, I mean, I was quick, but I wasn't as quick as, say, Colin Croft in the end. Even against me, he was getting at the side of the ball. He was afraid to get behind the line of the ball. And, you know, so even Derek Murray was remarking that. He said, I don't know how these guys are going to survive, you know, against the West Indies battery of fast bowlers, because I always tell them, I say, well, I was just softening them up for, for Crofty, and they, you know, but it was noticeable, you know, because they would, like, and then the over, you can't bowl too many short balls because it's a slow wicket. But from the time you put it slow, that's an edge, and it just dropped, but I'm not sure if they were appealing for a catch because he didn't catch it. It had to be LBW. And not out, says the umpire. So Ambrose survives, 163 for 3.
Yeah. Do you still have your cap? Your
No, I don't think we ever got a cap.
You didn't got it?
Yeah, I don't think I got a cap. If I did, my mom's or somebody probably have that someplace. Most of my memorabilia I've given to either to my parents or my brother or my sisters. They have it, and it's all over the world. So I really do not have. And plus, I've given away like 5 cricketers of the year, the bats that you got for that, and all the autograph stuff. I've given that to some kids who playing cricket now that I
Yeah.
would give a lot of that stuff to. So I've never really kept, I mean, I loved playing cricket when I was playing cricket, but it really wasn't like the be-all and end-all for me. I really just enjoyed playing the game, and to the point where I play cricket like North-South Classic in the day, and I play football in the night, National League football in the night, and that was just par for the course for me. It wasn't like that's a good delivery, but again, no real turn there.
Yeah, just more of swing. The ball is just getting into swing. Looks with the breeze.
Yeah, it comes the angles into the pads.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, Ambrose is just reaching for it, and Goa has dropped onto a nice little line here. He's giving Ambrose something to think about.
Almost looks as though he wants to get after Goa though.
Just on the under edge that almost went past slip. It had gone past the keeper, but Powell did well to intercept it before it went down the hill. Here he goes again, short and hammered into the cover region. That's 4 runs. So they're racing now towards the victory. That will push it up to 168 now for 3.
Yeah, meat and drink for Sunil Ambrose, just too wide.
So they're 6 away from the victory.
You're just 6 away now, 1 hit away from victory for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Cut away, and they're going to pick up a couple here as well. So that'll bring it down to just 4 now from their victory target. 170 for 3. So there are just 4 runs required now, so maybe we could just give folks an idea of what transpired so far.
Yeah, is it? Ruskin mark. 3 overs, 1 for 12. You got the wicket of Wazim Raja, caught Sheldon Gomes.
Yep, the late Sheldon Gomes.
Yeah.
Keith Duray also played in that game. Keith the hero. So again, we resumed this morning at 99 for 5, and they were eventually all out for 144. They were leading by 128 runs at that time, and it certainly meant that they had some work to do, and they. Here's a ball that's up in the air. This could be a catch. No, it's going to drop safely, and it could be run out now, and all kinds of confusion there. Both batsmen left their respective creases. Neither one made a decision as to what they were going to do. And first it started with an ugly-looking shot from Athanaze that almost cost him his wicket, and then he just seemed reluctant to get back in his crease. And for some reason, the return just couldn't find either the wicketkeeper or the bowler, and in the end, the batsmen were able to survive. So no harm done.
Yeah, comedy of errors right at the end.
And Athanaze, like he just wanted to end it with that delivery, and he just seemed bent on getting something for his efforts.
All the fielders up, except the man out a deep backward square.
And the man at point. This time he hits it, and it's up in the air, and this time he is out. So really careless from Athanaze. He just wanted to end it all in one swoop. It's on 170, but because of 170 for 4 now, as he goes back for a well-played 38.
Yeah.
And certainly he just gifted his wicket away, and I'm sure now he must be regretting that. But a wicket all the same for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, so Captain Fantastic has to go, Alec Athanaze, and for a well-played 38, it brings to the crease the wicketkeeper batsman, Tevin Walcott. Walcott had a breezy 17 in the first innings. Couple of sixes in there. So I'm sure he's gonna have a boundary in mind to finish
Just
things
to end
off.
it off, yeah.
Yeah. Not gonna want to be out here for too long again. These Windward Islands boys take the opportunity to finish this game off as fast as possible and
Yeah, coming from there, coming from
get the rest of the evening off and get your feet up.
Jay.
Probably take a nice ice bath, a relaxation at the pool, something. At the end of a hard 4 days of cricket. And I guess once you
Watch it.
achieve victory, you can be in for some luxury.
A nice dip in the pool, probably.
You're granted some
Mm.
luxury.
Oh, bolo.
It's Walcott who is watchful. Kofi James, though, gets the big wicket of Alec Athenes.
Really, with a good agricultural swipe there. Just gave the wicket away, literally.
Yeah. Just wanted to finish it off.
Yep.
That's plain and simple. Wasn't willing to hang around for much longer. Wanted to get it over with in this over. Wasn't to be.
And this one is a chance there as well. But again, the ball will go into the backward square leg boundary for 4. And that ends that, as they say. Fine victory for the Windward Islands Volcanoes as they wrap up victory here by 6 wickets. It's 174 for 4, and they won by 6 wickets. So a good victory for them when you consider that they were behind the 8 ball after posting a 353 for 9, trailing at the time by 29 runs. And then when the Leeward Islands batted a second time, as I said, they started overnight at 99 for 5, a lead of 128 runs at that point, but they couldn't really push on to any great degree except for Munson Hudge, who played well for his 59, 22 to Jamal Hamilton, and not much else. After that, Kofi James 12, 11 to Jeremiah Louis, and at the end of it all out for 144, thanks in the main to Preston McSween's brilliant effort of 13 overs, no maidens, 5 for 39 for the left-armer. Kaveem Hudge bowled well. He had 1 for 23 from his 13 overs, 4 of them maidens. Kenneth Demba had 1 for 37 from his 14 overs. And it was Larry Edwards, 3 for 9 from his 8 overs, 4 of them maidens. And of course, Shimon Lewis, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, and no wickets. So that meant that the Windward Islands had a victory target of 174. And the pair of Teddy Bishop and Kieran Kotoy shaped well, and they knocked off 39 runs between just before lunch and just after the lunch and interval. In fact, they went to lunch at 32 without loss, but when they got to 39, Bishop departed for 16, bowled by Archibald off the under edge. Kieran Kotoy stuck around to get to 37 before he was stumped by Hamilton attempting a sweep shot and just overbalanced at the crease. And Cornwall was the bowler there, 84 for 2. Cornwall again removed Kaveem Hudge for 27. He was caught Spencer of the bowling of Cornwall, 97 for 3. And then Alec Athenes basically just had a swipe at one from James, skied it to mid-on, and was caught there for 38, 170 for 4. And Sunil Lambris remained not out on 40. And Walcott came to the wicket, and he just bludgeoned one back of the square for 4 to end it all. And victory to the Windward Islands, winning by 6 wickets. I suppose you'll have to say it was comprehensive in the end, but it took some doing because they had to come from behind. And even though they were staring a deficit, not a huge one, just 29 runs, they put that behind them, and they played the better cricket the rest of the way, and here they are celebrating another victory. So that is the situation from all of us here, folks. The Leeward Islands following Guyana and Barbados with victory in this, the 4th round. So we just have the 1 round left, and we'll be here with that for you next week. So we hope you could join us. So as we leave you from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the players on both teams are just chatting among themselves. As we say, they're friends. They're probably staying at the same hotel, so they could fraternize all the time. So they probably know each other very well, but I suppose the folks who would be the happiest would be the Windward Islands, the Volcanoes, as they are victors here in this one, winning by 6 wickets, getting to 174 for 4, and securing a victory in the afternoon in the final session of play. So that is where we're going to leave you for now. We hope you enjoyed it, and we look forward to your company again come next week when we do it all over again.